I'm muted. No, I'm unmuted. Oh, that's not the part. So, I was gonna do this with, I was gonna open on Bakendanma. But you see, the problem with Bakendanma is that I never can remember the order of the words. It's a real problem I have. So I always want to start it with, take these days and make it all explode. Take my heart so I can feel no more. But what ends up happening is, I just end up combining, there's 3 different verses. Are these the verses? No, I think it's... well actually, what is the verses? I guess they're the verses. I don't know. But there are a couple different parts. Bakendanma follows a pretty consistent pattern. Da 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 da. Oh, there's drops, poggers. Da 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 da. Right. There's the beginning part, da 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 da, and then you have like the main part. I guess this is like the first verse, the da 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 da. Right. And then it goes into da 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 da. Da 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 da. And then it that just repeats, because then the next part is da 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 da, and it just cycles over and over again. So I guess that makes it the chorus, but the part I always want to start with is the take these days and make it all explode. Take my heart so I can't feel no more. But then the problem is, I always want to start like that, and then partway through change it into the take that summer, make it all explode. Take my memories and what they hold. It's cruel, can't you see? Without any words, you just went and disappeared. You up and left me. I just wanna watch this town explode. I don't wanna feel this pain anymore. So, I just always end up mixing up all of the lines in Bakendanma. So I'm gonna make it all explode, 'cause with that I'll never feel no more. And I keep doing it. I wanted to do this in a different key. I'm gonna send out the tweet while I'm talking about this. But I always end up getting those confused, and I always wonder. It's just something that I could never get. It's just something that I can never like end up getting the timing right, or not the timing right. I just never get the order right. The other one is fireworks beneath my shoes. I just can't ever remember. Literally the only parts I remember about fireworks beneath my shoes, the first beginning part is, hey hey, though I tried to speak, all my thoughts will never come to light. I just end up standing with my mouth hanging wide. That's why. Hey hey, even in the silence, I know exactly what you mean. I say all we really need to, it seems. I can never remember the order of anything past that. Whether it's I just wanna jump off into the sunset, high above the clouds and hoping to end this. My Genshin has finally finished verifying file integrity, so I can launch the game. Standing by my shoes of flowers blooming, fire flowers fill the night with their booming. Maybe in the sky I could leave behind my heart and its weeping. See, I can never remember if it's fire flowers fill the night with their booming, fire flowers ringing out as they're dying. I just can never remember. The weeping brings me to weeping. Tears never leave. I never remember. I can never Genshin has locked me into... Okay, cool. Anyway, closing that, and now properly switching over here. Oh, it's not capturing. That's a problem. I've also, like yesterday when I was congested, I've got a runny nose today, and it's really annoying. So, I'm gonna try my best. But I've got a real runny nose, and it's very annoying. There we go. There we go.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart.
But even I don't take them that seriously. Alright, Eula, that's enough. You know what? I've thought about doing this. I don't know if it makes any difference. It might make a slight difference for the stream. Just because, windowed mode. Ooh. Right. See, I've got to get used to playing Genshin now. And how the controls work. I usually get on Windcraft and then play Genshin. Just because I don't want to do the story quests, and there haven't really been anything for me to do aside from use my resin. And I end up with this thing where I keep on, like, pressing control to try and run. Like, I'm walking, right? And I'm like, I need to speed up, and I'll hit control. Because I have control set to sprint in Minecraft. That's the default control, I've never bothered to change it. And I have to remember that it's right-click. The other thing is, I press Alt, because that's my Optifine zoom button. It's just nice and convenient. I might change it. I might change it to V, just so I can zoom in and press Alt F2 to screenshot. Because right now I can't do that, because it tries to open up my NVIDIA GeForce menu. So I might change it to V. It's just that when you use WASD, my thumb rests on the spacebar, as I assume most people do. It's right on in the middle between the spacebar and the Alt key. So I can either spacebar or I can just Alt. And it just is very convenient. But, am I capped on resin? I am. We're gonna do that first. We're gonna get rid of my resin, first and foremost. Have they updated this? They have! Wow, these are some long names. Luckily, Pale Flame is right here, and luckily, I already spent all of my artifacts trying to get Thunder Soother. Thunder Soother? Thundering Fury artifacts. But before we do anything related to Fontaine, I'm gonna do my dailies. Before we do anything. And to do that, well, I kind of want to make sure that this goes quickly. And what better way to have this go? Oh. I don't like this. I don't like this. I'll be honest. I like that they all have, like, things now. Like, Kutchings is, her... Some of them are skill poses. That's Kutching's stiletto marker. Fischl does that when she summons Oz. I like that they have poses now, I guess. I guess that was part of the huge update file size. But I don't like the background, I'll be honest. I think it looks weird. I don't like it. I don't like this. I'll be honest, this is a change I don't like. I'll say it, I don't like that. I did not watch any of the programs. I never watch any of the Genshin programming. Mainly because I don't like watching live streams. Like, announcement live streams are always really weird to me. I don't like them. Especially considering desync sometimes. But I just don't like doing it. Especially since I generally don't care about what they're talking about. So, they do some sidebarring, which is fun sometimes, but sometimes I'm just like, I just want to know what's happening. And so, I'm just like, I wish I could skip this, but it's a live stream, so I can't skip forward. But, generally, and I'll check Tacti's Discord, great place to get updates on any Genshin events, by the way. Shout out Tacti Ghoul. His Discord's great. Great way to get the codes or any... Ooh, nice. Geo damage, NHP, and double crit. We'll keep that for fun. Great place to make sure I'm up to date about all the Genshin happenings. Luigi also often posts the codes, I think for both Star Rail and Genshin, although I'm pretty sure Tacti also does that in his server. But Luigi often posts promo codes in my Discord, so I'll be checking those just to see. I don't think there are any, because that would have been for the version uh, announcement. They usually don't have live streams or the actual release of the region or the new update. It's usually like a week or two before, a week and a half. I also have lots of notifications. I assume there's a new event notification to let me claim Lynette because I am above adventure rank 25. The wish thing is just letting me know that I have to choose a new epitomized weapon. The battle pass is the battle pass resetting. And the quest book, I assume, is telling me that I have a new Archon quest and potentially a new place to set my commissions. Not what I wanted to do there. I used Kokomi's skill again, by mistake, instead of switching to Kale. Ooh, 24 seconds. That's pretty good. But no, this is a nice team. It's great because it only uses the skills. It's great because it only uses their skills. And so I never have to worry about sustainability with their energy. Because all it does is use skills. Nahida E, Nilo E, Kokomi E, or I guess it's Nahida E, Kokomi E, Nilo E, Kale E. And if I time it right, because the timings for the circles are a little different between this and Honkai. And like I said before, Honkai means Honkai Impact the Third, Star Rail means Honkai Star Rail. Genshin means Genshin. But Honkai, when I talk about it, will always mean Honkai Impact the Third. I will never refer to... Well, I'm not going to say I'll never refer to, but I will almost always refer to Star Rail as Star Rail.
Once there was a glorious kingdom
This is a good sign too. Them actually getting audio for my battle pass. For a long time, I've talked about this before. I don't care about this anyway. I didn't get audio, and none of my event cutscenes work. So now you can just choose between all 8 of them. So all those people who were all like, they could disappear forever. Sorry, guess not. Oh, that's large. Cancel payment. I like that it popped up the Gmail, but it didn't have any identifiable information. Thanks, PayPal. Also, I mean, yeah. Who would have thought I used my username as an email? Who would have thought I set up an email using my Twitch username to have it linked to all my stuff? There's an idea. That's not surprising at all. I don't have a personal email linked to this. That's exactly why. Also, there's no reason to. It's just confusing. I just have a separate email for all of my, like, Twitch stuff and Discord stuff. It's all separate. Why would you use the same it just clutters up your actual email. Easy. It used to be way worse, though. It used to be way worse, because my Hoyo Lab thing is just, like, my username. It used to cut it off, so it straight up would just do N for neon, and then have a bunch of ellipses, not ellipses, have a bunch of asterisks, and then just have the R for tiger. And I was just like, bruh, they eventually changed it, but there was a while where every time I logged into Genshin, it would just be N, 3 asterisks, and then R, and I was just like, Hoyoverse, you gotta change something. You can't do me in like this. These should be easy to get rid of as well. These are the things here. I honestly, these are probably okay. This one seems really interesting. That I assume this is a sword, because it's right next to... The way they frame things here make all of them seem so big, because they make them like relatively the same size, so they look enormous. Elemental skill increased. Elemental skill crit rate. I mean, I guess it could be useful for like Sing Cho. Although I feel like it's in a way I feel like a slightly worse Skyward Blade. It's got a crit rate substat. Skyward Blade has ER, which is nice for Xingqiu. Even though his ER requirements are lower with his C6, having more is always nice. This one. This one seems super niche, if I'm being completely honest. Increased attack being affected by Pyro. I scored a drop, I will claim that. I got a drop. Nice. I'm gonna open up Twitch in my browser. So I can claim that. I just got, like, some Mora. Cool. I got some Mora. As long as I claim it in OBS, it looks like it claims it on Twitch. How convenient. This seems really niche to me. Sacrificial Jade, increased EM. I mean, hello, Poppets. Poppets? Poppets? Poppet? Oh, it could be Poppets. Or it could be Poppet Spazure. I don't know. Hello, Poppets, how are you? Oh, this could be, I guess, used... Who uses HP and EM? Baiju, I guess. But does he want crit rate? I don't know. Crit rate bow. Oh yeah, this one. It looks cool. I don't know who would be useful on. And then this one seems... It seems like a budget Xiangling thing to like run an ER Sans or like an attack Sans. I'm good. How about you? I'm doing pretty well. I suddenly realized that 4.0 came out, so I was like, I should probably stream Genshin. I was just gonna not stream today and then piece together yesterday's VOD that OBS decided to split to like 5 separate videos. But and upload the remaining like 2.5 weeks of VODs that I have stored and haven't uploaded to YouTube. But then I was like, Genshin has updated, and I'm gonna play Genshin to do my dailies, and I might get sucked into a story quest, so I might as well just stream it. This seems like it would work for Xiangling, crit rate and EM. It just seems like... I mean, it's a crit rate weapon, and it has EM built into it, so she ascends with EM as well, doesn't she? I don't know why I opened up that. Doesn't she? I mean, I can't see because I have her maxed out, but she has 249 EM, but she has 345 here, so she must ascend with EM. So she's getting 96 EM, so with that Spirit R1, she'll be at 226? No, 216 EM at level 90, assuming no substats on artifacts. And presuming that it's the same amount of crit rate as Serpent Spine, she'll end up with a free 27 crit rate. Which means that plus a crit rate circlet would put her at an easy 58 plus the 5 she has base, so 63. Which means you would only need 2 crit rate rolls, or 2 to 3 crit rate rolls to get to 70, and the rest could go into crit damage. So I guess it could be good on her. An easier to build version of the catch, where you're trading the ER from the catch for crit rate and the EM, which I suppose would allow you to run an EM or an ER Sans instead of an EM Sans like I'm running. The other weapons seem kind of niche though for characters that haven't come out yet. That was the battle pass. Let me check the wish thing too. Liney and Yelan, and I'll set this to the first great magic. Oh, the first great magic. I totally thought when they announced this, I saw the infographic for it, I totally thought this said the first great mage, and I got really confused. Pogger's weapon banner. I don't really want Sack Sword, Sack Bow, or Sack Frags, or Sack Greatsword, or Favonius Greatsword. I really just want a Fav Lance, but I'm not going to wish on the banner. Charge attack increases by 16%. I mean, theoretically, this could be really good for Ganyu, right? But let's just do a 10 roll. Actually, no, we'll do this at the end of the stream. I was going to say, let's just do a 10 roll on Liney. I have no pity. And we'll just see what happens. As for events... Yeah, this is the new event. This should be the new... Oh. Da-da-da-dun! Here she is.
Let the magic begin! 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 Let the magic begin!
That's funny. Okay, what else? Oh, did Spiral Abyss reset? Oh, it did. What is this? Oh, the new boss, new weekly boss. New normal boss. Is this a weekly boss? Oh no, this is just a normal. New world boss, not world boss. Well, I guess technically they're world bosses. New area? Yeah. New character quest? Yep. And then test runs. Let's start with the boring ones first. And by the boring ones, I mean the 4 stars. Who did they give us? Oh, an actual team this time. Amazing. We got a real team. What weapon do you have? Dragon's Bane? What do you have?
My sword!
Stack? Okay. Wow. Wait. Dang. 135 ER. Dang.
Teamwork is strength!
Oh, that's sad to see.
Rain cutter! Surrender and I'll be gentle.
That was really sad. Seeing that vape for 13,000 damage was very sad. That made me very sad.
Everybody stand back!
The thing I dislike the most about using trial characters, they've gotten a lot better, but sometimes they're just so bad compared to either characters I already have, or sometimes it just doesn't, they just aren't made in a way that makes them fun to play. So either from their artifacts, or the fact that there's too much energy involved, or the fact that they have bad stats, it's just kind of weird. What do you do? Enigma Thrust, Animo Damage, Skills Held, High Speed Pilfering Shadow State, when the state ends, Burst, Summon a Boggle Cap Box, Taunt and attack nearby opponents. Certain elements will change color, okay, so it can absorb, and then, okay. Cool.
Rain outlines her fate.
And
Be amazed!
so, kind of like
Wings of darkness!
Sucrose and
Leave you a burst. Sipana!
kind of like Sucrose and Hazo, I guess.
Let the magic begin!
I'm saying Sucrose is opposed to Sayu just because it's taunting and not healing. And Sucrose's CC with her burst, I think, is more similar to that. Okay. She seems decent. I mean, she's an Animo character, so... We'll do Yelan next, just because I already have Yelan. What did they give her? Who did they put her with? Oh, what a weird team. Oh, at least they actually gave her ER. That's so nice. And they gave her emblem. Cool. Cool. Kaya, stuck with Favonius, as usual.
Nice and spicy! Gotcha!
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. And now we auto on Lisa because it's fun.
Try not to enjoy this too much. You're in for a little shock.
Could I be using her
A little closer.
conductive stacks? I could be. Will I? No.
Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
Look at this energy-rich environment. Remember when High Tide was a thing in the Abyss? I don't, because I wasn't playing the Abyss back then. I don't think I was doing Abyss when High Tide was a thing. I just remember people talking about it. They haven't done High Tide in... was it only that one cycle? They did High Tide that one time and then they said never again? High Tide and Low Tide. Oh, that'd be so annoying. Charge attack. Charge level, so he has a double charge. Summon a Grim Malkin hat. Firing the prop arrow. Surplus stack. Hat can attack. It'll inherit part of his HP. Pyrotechnic stack. Okay. Fireworks will deal AoE. Charge attack. Increase scoring. Regenerate HP based on its max HP. Malkin hat. Move around quickly. Grin Malkin hat. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like that they have a whole thing in here to make a joke about how the Grin Malkin cat is different from the Grin Malkin hat. I don't like that. That's wordy and unnecessary. One instance of pyro damage, dismiss the cat, summon fireworks, summon an additional one. And... okay. Can actively be cancelled. Okay, so it's like Oz. Cool. Anyway, no idea what any of that really meant, because they threw out a bunch of nonsense words that mean absolutely nothing to me. So, that means absolutely nothing to me, because Genshin just says, what if we use these words? What if we just made names for things? And then use those names in descriptions of what they did? Look at them go. Oh. I have to say, his attack is through the roof right now. He has a decent set. That's a really odd amount of attack. Interesting. So he's like Pyro Ganyu. But I thought Amber was supposed to be Pyro Ganyu. Or that Ganyu is Cryo Amber. That was the real joke. Interesting. Interesting. Well. Oh. I did this yesterday. It's nice to see that carried over. Let's go over to the Serena Teapot. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like how it looks. I don't know, it just looks weird. I don't like how the text is all squashed in there. I'll be honest, I don't really like this either. I liked how it looked before. It was plain and boring, but I liked it a lot more.
This realm.
Before I claim this, we're gonna have to evict somebody. It might have to be Eula this time. We gotta put Liney in there. Or Lynette in there. Create furnishings. Excuse me. There's that. What new things do they put in the Realm Depot? New plants? Okay, cool. I like that it doesn't tell me what's new. Interesting. Anyway. Oh, I don't like... They changed how this looks, too. This down here. I don't like this box. I don't like that they outlined it. It looks weird. It looks out of place.
If you ever have it.
I might as well change the companions now, before I forget. Sorry, Eula. Cool. Now, as for our commissions... For the love of Godwin. As for our commissions... Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like it. I mean, it might grow on me, but I don't really like it that much. It's definitely more unique, but... I don't know. Not the biggest fan. Not the biggest fan.
Is it time for a magic show?
She sounds so unenthused.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic assistant, and if you have work-related inquiries, please ask Linny. If you have questions related to seeing a magic show, please ask the ticket office. You want to talk to me? Then get to the point.
She sounds like the voice on the phone when you call a 1-800 number, and they're just like, for sales and marketing, please press 1. Just going through the things. For all other complaints, it's like, for all other questions, please press 9. To hear the options again, please press 0. Okay. And I'm also going to change this back. Oh, it is set to... Why? Why did I get a story quest? Oh, cool, another drop. Why did I get a story commission from Mondstadt when I have it set to Leeway? Fine. It's been 2 days since I set it to Leeway, so we'll set it back to Mondstadt. That's really annoying, actually. I really dislike that. Yeah. So here's my thing there. That's really annoying, actually. Since that's talking... Actually, we have to report back to Godwin, don't we? We can't just give her the letter. Okay, well, I guess we'll do this one now. I was gonna say, if that was one where we just had to report to Glory, I would just do that one last, since it's near a Catherine to turn in comms, but since we have to go back anyway... Da-da-da-da... Go over here.
More speed.
And we can go... Yeah... Let me recenter my camera. Okay. There we go. Da-da-da... Did we actually get... Oh, we actually got dandelion seeds. Poggers. Uninvited guests. I feel like the leeway commissions... Actually, that's not true. All of them are about the same amount of annoying. But I feel like the leeway ones are particularly bad with being nowhere near a waypoint. Some of the Mondstadt ones are really bad too. Like the ones that defeat the Ruin Guard, or defeat the Eye of the Storm, or defeat the 2 Abyss Mages. Some of those are just out in the middle of nowhere. There are also some places that don't get commissions, I guess just because of potential, like, story blockage. Like, if you can't get into Storm Terror's lair, right, then you obviously can't do any of the commissions there. So they can't put any commissions there. But I feel like they definitely... Well, actually, no, because there's that one that is over here to fight the Ruin Guard. So they do have some that show up there. There are just some inconvenient spots for some of them. These ones aren't that bad, it's just that... You kind of got a world quest? Whoa. Oh, that could be that commission for the traveling, like the preparation to travel. That's a leeway comm that I've done. But yeah. Oh, speaking of, really nothing. This really isn't about anything at all. But, I think this is the first time that this has ever happened to me like this. That's nice, it's different this time. I was looking into question mark in Minecraft, and I'd forgotten that they had designed it to where you need
Time to scout.
like a bunch of different players to do it. You had to start the quest by having 3 different players step on 3 different things all at the same time, and then there's a part that you have to do where you have to have 4 people get teleported in order to go through a puzzle and step on pads. I'd forgotten about that. That was actually really annoying. So, that's unfortunate. I did get to level 83 though. I did Hollow Serenity. It was just as good as I remembered. I did some quests, and I actually thought about grinding. I went to Evergreen Cave to grind for experience, but there's this fun thing that happened called yep. There's this fun thing that happened called the enemies were really small and had tons of health, and they would constantly like move around and clog up, so I couldn't ever like hit them because Lightbender has like no AoE because Meteor gets replaced with Openim. And I spent like 20 minutes and had killed like 3 of them because they kept moving around and they were tiny silverfish models that I couldn't hit. And I eventually decided that it was just not worth my time. And I instead went and just did some quests, and I was able to get to 83 pretty quickly. So I got Sequencer, and I realized how I lost some experience bonus and loot bonus from Clearsight Spectacles, because we got some godly rolls in that. In exchange... Oh, he got over there. In exchange... Oh. They've actually got like a thing happening. In exchange, Sequencer gave me +3 to all my stats. So I actually gained a couple points, so my stats are a little bit better. And it has some nice health regen. I never realized how similar it was to Morph Stardust. I never realized how many rainbow, not like necessarily rainbow, but how many like plus all stat armor we had in Windcraft. Because for the longest time it was like Stardust was the only, or like the Morph set was the only one. I also realized, excuse me, leveling up my mage on my own class, I decided to go through the XP power leveling. I also realized just how expensive it is to XP power level using those sets versus just using morph and just replacing morph pieces as you level up. Because morph is just so accessible. It really is. It really is the most Windcraft. It really is like the most Windcraft like build, like building, like build crafting build. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. It really is the most Windcraft experience of just using morph. I'm probably gonna use morph all the way up until I can use the full Lightwalker build. Although I have been thinking, and I might switch over to get the Morrowind build. I could trade everything except the Conduit of Spirit and the Bottled Thunderstorm. But I could trade away... Conduit of Spirit is a dungeon item, so I can get that guaranteed. And the rest of the gear, the Lachecisms, the Ingress, the Morrowind, the Dark Shroud, the Capricorn, and the... whatever the helmet is, can all be traded. I can get... I don't know why, but this feels more natural for me. Spinning around counterclockwise is way easier for me than spinning around clockwise. I don't know why. Maybe it's definitely my fingers, but I just find it way easier to spin counterclockwise than it is to spin this way. I don't know, it might be... I like a lot of like stuff at the piano. So that might just be it. My hands are used to going down from pinky to thumb. I don't know, I just have a real left to right motion. Because the right hand, Ophelia has a in it where you do that. I know that I keep not doing the actual thing, but I was like, I'll check out Abyss at least. Now we get the Eula buff, I guess. Did these change? They had to have changed these. Please tell me they changed these. Bruh, they're still exactly the same. We've had the same. This is what, the 4th cycle now? Or the 3rd cycle? No, it's gotta be the 4th cycle. Because this was both of Eula's. The Eula Klee one. And then wasn't this also both of the Kokomi Wanderer ones? And now we're on to Liney and Yelan. And we're still doing this? I'm so disappointed. Abyss being the same is the most boring thing they've ever done. It is quite possibly the single most uninspired, boring thing they have ever done. The real question is, how am I going to sweep up all these little ones here? And I think I'm just going to go... Bam. And then this side... I think we're just going to go... You know what? Let's just do this. Let's just do this. I don't know if people have gear, but I don't want to use National. It's not worth my time with stuff like this. It's just not worth my time. It's just not worth my time. When there's all these little enemies, I really don't want to use burst reliant characters, which means Yanfei always gets a pass. Oh, she's frozen. Because I can just mash. I can just mash. Same reason why I'm using Hyper Bloom on this side. It means that I can... Oh, this guy didn't get marked. It means I finally also, I also finally refined my Tingsho's Sack Sword. So he's an R5 now. Just because I realized that I had 2 spare Sack Swords. So I might as well use it. Okay. Do this. Do this. Wow, look, all his energy's back. Do this. Wow, look. All her health is back. Yay! Eula's just here for show, I guess. She really doesn't do anything in this team. I'm taking the other one just out of principle. Just out of principle of not taking the sprint damage one. Because I do not like it. I know that it is much better overall. But it's out of principle that I just don't like it. And this is out of principle as well. Oh, the other one died. Bam. 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 How are none of those hitting? Man, targeting is wild. Just ate those, and then... This is the last guy. So, there we go. Second half. Get rid of this guy immediately. Oh, he got up his things. That's annoying. But, it's no matter. Because as long as these exist... Wow. Wow. What high stakes. I mean, I guess I should be thankful, right? I already know that I can clear this abyss. My characters haven't really gotten stronger since then. They've pretty much stayed exactly the same. And Abyss hasn't changed at all either. So I know I have teams that can beat it. They don't include Eula, which is disappointing, considering that this is the Abyss they put Eula in. Oh no, it wasn't. Yeah, it was Kokomi and Wanderer. That's who it was. Right now we have Yelan. This really feels more like a Kokomi Nilo Abyss, though. I don't really see Klee or Eula or Wanderer doing amazing in this Abyss. Which is interesting, because normally they have Abyss that really try to sell the current character, like Corrosion with Kokomi. And I got through that one without Kokomi by using Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi and Bennett. Bishop, Electromage, Mirror Maiden. Okay, so we'll do the same thing, except change it on this one. And then this one, because we have Electro enemies in the second half, we'll do this. So Kazuha can hopefully... Although, I know Pyro supposedly has priority on Infusion Swirls, but whenever I face off against Electro Shield enemies, and there's Bennett's Burst on the floor, it always feels, to me, like Kazuha ends up swirling Electro, which is less than ideal. Wow. We love to see it. 22k Hyper Blooms. We love to see it. We absolutely love to see it. 24k Hyper Blooms. Yay! It's a testament to Dendro's power. A testament to Dendro's power. Anyway. I never learned how to do this, and I'm never gonna try to learn to do this about double swirling with Kazuha. It's just not something that I'll ever be bothered enough to learn how to do. It just seems like it's something that, in practice, is inconvenient to do. It just seems like it's something that is hard to do in practice. I'd rather just swirl Pyro and just be done with it than worry about swirling Hydro and then swirling Pyro to get both red shreds. I just don't care that much. Do this. This guy. Nice. I was a little worried that I'd be off a little bit and one of them would go back to half HP. This is a pretty cut and dry one. He's gonna swirl... What did he end up swirling? Oh, he actually ended up swirling Pyro. Nice. Oh, that's the first time I've seen that happen. Where he's just stopped in his animation. Ooh, energy recharge. Cool. Just do this. Actually, this is the guy I have to worry about. Over here. The gunners are always... Not the... Well, technically they're not... Is he a gunner? No, the gunners are the big ones. What do they call this guy? He has a name. Are they Legionnaires? No, Legionnaires are the big ones, right? Legionnaires are the ones with... Right? There's Anima Boxer, there's Thunderhammer, there's Cryo Gunner, there's Hydro Gunner, there's Geomancer. What's the fire guy called? What's his name? Maybe he is a Legionnaire. This is a rare scenario where the Mirror Maiden is actually the least annoying enemy here. It's a very rare case where I'm actually far more concerned about the Season mages, because when they decide that they want to go, they really go. When they decide they want to do their electric cage that hits you every tick, and there's really nothing you can do about it. This looks like a... Yeah, this looks like a National Kazuha. Nabushi. Yeah. We'll just do National Kazuha. With Yelan, because she has Fav right now. And then the second half... We might as well use Hyper Bloom Eula. I could go for like a Eula Nuke comp, but... I think Hyper Bloom's gonna be better. Do this. This. Do this. That might have swirled both there. And then... Not doing as much damage, though. Maybe it didn't swirl Pyro. I don't know. There's Yelan. There's Kazuha. And now we gotta deal with these guys. Bam. And... Bam. I'll just sit here. Continue to do this. Because I can continue to do this, and then I can just... There we go. Da-da-da-dun. Because what I had dealt with before, with stuff like this, is defeating them too quickly, and then having to run around and deal with landing my burst. Which is a very specific type of problem. And then these two. And then... He's frozen, and he's stuck in that animation. Cool. So he didn't get his health back, because he had to finish his animation. I'll take that, just because it's a permanent one. I don't like it, but... Oh, actually, this is the one where I want to, like, not be here, isn't it? This is the stage where you want to book it out of here as soon as possible. Because of this... Fine... Samachurl. In the same regard, we're gonna do this. Get you in here. Get you in here. And then also get you in here. And then... Bam and bam. Bam and bam. Bam and bam. Hydro. Swirl. Oh, unfortunate. He disappeared before I was able to swirl him. Oh. Bam. And now on this side. Off the bat, all three. The great part about this is, once again, there's only one person who really needs their burst, and that's Xingqiu. Everybody else can kind of do whatever. As long as you have skill uptime. Pretty good. And since Drain only applies to the one on field, you don't have to worry that much. Bam.
No, my sword.
Bam.
Our bond is strong.
Save Scene shows energy. Could I have done this faster with Eula? Probably. Does it really matter? No.
This may hurt a little.
And Chamber 3, which should be Lectors and Eremites. Elemental Mastery plus 80. Nice. So this one's pretty cut and dry. Run over here. Toss this down. My man runs over here. I do my best to swirl an element that's nice. In this case, Pyro. Or, oh no, it actually swirled Pyro. I thought maybe it would swirl, Hydro. It swirled Hydro, but it did not end up... Oh, Zhongling is dead. Luckily. We can swirl Pyro to melt. And this guy can be dealt with Yelan. There we go. And now the Eremites. Is it Eremites plus... No, it's just Eremites. That's floor 12. Floor 12 has Eremites plus 2 Fatui, which are extra annoying because the Fatui like to jump far away from everything, which makes things very inconvenient for me. Might as well use this for fun. There we go. Bam bam. Big hits. For this team... I think I'm just gonna do this. I want to use Eula, I really do. But it makes my life so much easier if I just don't use Eula. And instead use a team with high elemental application. Rosaria could work. But this is just easier. She'll get corrupted. Oh, she actually didn't get corrupted. And it's not letting me switch to Nilo. Now it is. Just heal everybody real quick. Refresh this. And... watch as this goes through. Bam. Hug this guy and do this. Nilo needs to refresh her pirouette. And Kokomi do this. Karage down to heal through this insane corrosion. And Nilo here, get burning. Karage for more elemental application. There we go. Then this was these guys. Run over here again. Nice. Just to get a little bit of uptime on Yelan's burst ramping up and potentially getting some stacks for Guoba. Do this. Timing is nice. Guoba was on field, or Zhongling was on field while Guoba was going, so she probably got a couple stacks there. And then... doing this. And then second slam right into here.
There is no escape.
And then we just go crazy with this. What I'll probably end up doing is just...
Torn to oblivion.
yeah. Oh, wait. When did that happen? Wait a second. I can't check my characters here. Right. Another drop. Thank you, me. Wait a second. Hmm. 103 crit rate, huh? $101 crit rate. That looks about right. That looks about right. I suddenly noticed that she had Scarlet Sand stacks, and I thought to myself, that can't be right. Why does she have Scarlet Sand stacks? Xiangling should have Scarlet Sand stacks. Nope. Nope. I forgot that I was doing a domain. I don't remember what I was probably doing Emblem? Something where I would have needed Xiangling on uh oh wait, no, that wasn't it either. Something where I would have needed Xiangling with a lot of ER. So I gave her the catch instead. I forgot about that.
Everyone hold hands. Make it
Okay.
fast at home.
Okay. That's why things seemed a little wrong. She had 66 less crit rate, and Raiden had 100 crit rate, and was using Staff of Scarlet Sands. I was like, something doesn't seem quite right here. And in fact, something was in fact not right. Three girls are on. Oh no. Do this.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Do this. Do this. Do this. Do this. Karage was not refreshed, so instead I will dodge through it. Nice.
Rest and rebuild.
Nilo, keep grooving. Your burst doesn't do anything, really, so there we go.
Commit it to memory.
There we go. Now things should be a little bit better. I like to stand over here because they're all facing one direction, and normally I'll be able to hit multiple of the little robots.
There is no escape.
They have a very high amount of stagger, which actually makes them very annoying to fight because they constantly get pushed out of her circle, which ends up being very annoying because they get sent to the far-flung reaches of the universe.
Shine down. Everybody stand back.
This is ideal here.
Quietly now.
Just do this. Oh. This time, oh, Bennett's burst ran out because It took too long to get her energy back. How unfortunate. Regardless, that's not the important part. The important part is getting rid of his shield. And then, suffice to say, as long as I can apply Pyro, even without applying Pyro, Yelan can just spam normal attacks. She's crazy like that. Ooh, character attack plus 20. Kind of useless on this side, but I'll take it. Oh, it's these guys. Yeah, so I want to be over here, because I want to get them to, like, jump back. Be kind of all clumped in. Because the Eremites will chase after me. This guy won't. The gunners will just run away. So it makes it very annoying to get to them. And then they do this whole thing, and they constantly run away. It just gets very annoying. I'm just like, please. Cool. These guys, on the other hand, are quite nice. I enjoy them quite a bit. I would say that I enjoy fighting them. They're so much more enjoyable when you're not fighting Tremors. And I'm so glad that they don't do Quake in Abyss. It's such a nice thing to not have. And then on this side we have one of the easiest bosses to fight ever. One of the easiest... What happened to my energy? At the end of the last chamber. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1.
Everybody stand back. You're toast. Here comes the catch. There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
I'm not gonna have any energy going to this last chamber. That's my fault. I'm gonna have no energy going to that last chamber. And more attack, because why not? This is nice, because it's just these two guys. They both run over to where I am, which is nice and convenient. Being here is even more convenient for me, because it's kind of centralized. They fight. They get big bloomed, and then both of them spawn in here. Oh, the Mirror Maiden actually didn't. The Mirror Maiden actually didn't. I'd like to chase the Mirror Maiden around, since the other Eremite will actually come over and find me. Mirror Maiden likes to run away. Like this. There we go. And then this side, I'm gonna desperately try to get energy back. Because I have none. Do this. Save the burst. Nice. Convenient movement. And... getting stuck on this one side isn't amazing. But we can do this. Oh, I lost energy there. Getting hit by that, which is annoying. We can do this now. There we go. Elan's burst ran out, but that's okay. And that's it. That's the Abyss. It has not changed in, what, 2 months now? So if there's ever a chance to defeat Abyss, now would be the time, seeing as they've kept it the same. And it's not Iniquitous Baptist. They also changed the arrow here. It looks different. It used to be just... I think it was just a plain arrow, and now it actually, like, looks like this. Did they change these as well? I don't know. They look a little different. some subtle changes. Those are the changes you make, right? The small, subtle changes. I'll cook 20 dishes and do forge 20 items. And then we'll see where that gets us. It should get us to like level 4 or something like that. I'll be making... I guess I'll be making sweet madams. I've been holding off because I haven't had a lot of chicken or sweet flowers. But I think we'll be okay now. Like something made. Bam. 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 And if we hit a claim all, yep, brings us right to 4. Every time I do this when Battle Pass resets, it always brings me to about 4. Unless I start doing more of these. So I've gotten it kind of locked down. Doing Abyss and then doing my dailies and the 2 easy ones here of forging and cooking usually always gets me to 4. We could get to 5 by doing one of these other ones, wouldn't be too hard. This would be 900. And then this would be 1575, which would easily get us to 6. But no rush to do them. No rush at all. Got some more primos. I'm kind of liney. Yeah, liney. I don't know exact schedules when characters are coming out, but since I'm on 50-50, I figure I'll just pull. I'm not too worried about any of that. Also, let's claim these, right? The maintenance and the Eula thing and the Ayaka thing. And then the standard, the Twitch drops. There's our 600 there. So we're almost at 1600. We're very close. Which means we're close to another tenfold. I ended up, yeah, I didn't buy the Klee one. I'll be honest, I didn't buy it just because I don't ever intend to get Klee. I bought Deluxe because I liked his hair, and I bought Kaching and Ayaka's because I already had them, and I bought Jean's because I assumed that I would eventually get Jean, and I did. I don't think I'm ever gonna get Klee, so I didn't buy it. The only skin I haven't gotten. These have yet to reset. Yes. 8. So we would have a total of 22. Because I believe I have 14 right now. Yes. But Soloist Prologue. We gotta go to Fontaine. Starting in Caravan Ribat. I see that it's all the way up in here. Let's put together a different team as well. We could go with this team. We could just stick with this team. Maybe we will stick with this team. There's basically no mobility in it. That should work. I'll just go through and change some weapons. I'll be changing... Well, maybe I'll continue using Akamaru. Favonius and Favonius. He's on Noblesse. You're on Partial. You'll be on full Noblesse, and you... I'll find a piece to swap you over for... one of these. Or maybe I should change this. Although I don't think I have any pieces with crit rate on them, and I definitely know I don't have any crit rate Blizzard. And I don't have any onset cryo, do I? No, I didn't think so. I'll take this one because it has ER. 62, 116. Farther away from the ideal 80, but you know, whatever. I'm kind of doing all I can with her other pieces. Although, is there one that has crazy crit rate? There is. I do have this. I could swap with Ganyu. 7123. That's a little bit better.
Mark my...
She ends up with no ER, but luckily Rosaria, she's in here with Mika and Raiden and Eula. And she only has a cost of 60. I might considering leveling up hers since she's only... But she's at 6, which is a pretty good baseline. Mika's I would level up past 6, but I have yet to ascend him. He needs Wennet. But more importantly, he needs Wolfhook, and even though they're super easy to get, I just can't be bothered. He also has no crit rate right now, because of what he has here as healing bonus. So, I really don't think Fav is going to be that useful on him, seeing as he has 21 crit rate. Instead, I'll go through and I'll systematically change this. Swap these, and then take this. Star Glitter, just so he has some ER, doesn't drop all the way down. But yeah. This should be a good team. I'm confident in my ability to deal with anything that doesn't require me to melt shields. As long as they don't throw any cryo shields my way, I'm confident that I can deal with anything. Even if it's slow.
Oh, caravan rebot! Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
I don't even remember. I only remember coming here with Sino and Charlotte and coming here with Dia.
Oh, Paimon remembers. Nahida's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory, Paimon. I don't remember that at all. I only remember the stuff that happened in the character quest.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahida's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahida won't have any more new problems to deal with. Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
What a great face. Oh, I missed it. I missed my chance to screenshot it. Also, computer, I'd appreciate if you didn't keep doing this. I'd appreciate if you'd give me my taskbar back. Thank you.
Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Fontaine!
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey.
Most of the time it has nothing to do with our journey.
But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're getting ready to go to Fontaine. He said Fontaine.
You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place. Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about
There he is. He was listening to us. He said Fontaine.
How about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Sure.
But no need.
Oh.
Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much.
The more the merrier, Paimon. We can drag other people into our international problems.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
We'll leave as soon as we're done fixing some other stuff, which I presume is going to be talking to other characters.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to see Dunyazard again.
Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
She'll know from our dreams anyway. I mean, but we can still be like, hey, Nahida, we're about to leave. You sure you can't pass us some, like, some like cheat code, like knowledge stuff? Like, got any idea? Although I guess we've already established that the goal has changed, right? With the birth of Unreconciled Stars, we will meet again. Oh no, not Unreconciled Stars. Unreconciled Stars was that first event with Mona, wasn't it? I'm thinking of We Will Be Reunited. We've already kind of established that we're not necessarily, like, looking for our sibling. Because we kind of know where they are. Or at least we, like, aren't actively trying to find their location. Which I feel like is something that has been kind of glossed over. So I guess asking Nahida is kind of pointless now, right? Because we don't need to know where our... I mean, I guess we could know where our sibling is, but we're not really looking for them anymore.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Bye, Dia. Say goodbye to Dunyazard for us.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Dia looks like a Code Vein character. She looks like somebody from Code Vein. That's what I think of when I look at Dia. Don't worry, Dia, we'll be back in Sumeru, because I'll have to do some quests eventually. Explore the deserts. That's a sharp change. Looks a lot like Mondstadt. A viewpoint. Actually, you know what I find really convenient? The geography. You know what I find really convenient? They actually tell you... Well, they don't, like, tell you, but they tell you, like, where they all are. So, you could just be like... And since they give you the names, you could just, like, look up which one you were missing. Which is why I've never been too worried about, marking which ones I found. Because you can just go, what's the Duyan Ruins one? What's the one I'm missing in Inazuma City? What am I missing in Sumeru? Caravan Ribat, that makes sense. And then, the desert stuff that I refuse to explore. And then Fontaine. But yeah, I think it's nice that they give you names. You don't have to worry about it. It's kind of like, I don't think it's in the archive, but it's kind of like the music disc. That puts you all the way over here, huh? Well, there's what looks to be the end of the world over here, which is fascinating. I wonder what happens if I glide into the... Is it just gonna kill my glide?
We explore the area ahead of us later.
That's interesting. It looks like it just kind of falls off the side of the earth. That's really funny. Anyway. Teleport back up here. I still got that in the sky. But a little narrow strip of land. And a Wave Rider. I really hope that eventually they make it so you can teleport to Wave Riders. And I hope they add more things like this. I actually like these so much. They're my favorite movement thing. Because they're so quick and snappy. They're so convenient. Aha, more turtles. Dung, 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 dung. Dung, 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 dung. Actually, wouldn't it be way faster just to use Jean instead? Where is she?
Ready for anything.
Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't count. She can't push him. Oh, that's interesting.
Ready for reconnaissance.
Oh, that looked pretty cool. What does Nilo do? Just because she's the first person I clicked on. That looked really awkward because of how slow it is. That looked cool. Where's Yoimiya's? Sounds about right. Yep. Cool. That's the first time she's ever summoned the actual sword. The actual, Lightfall sword. Like, as an actual thing. Usually it's just the brand. A steamboat. With the power of steam, you can even travel upriver. No, breaking the rules, breaking the rules. Is that a thing that you can... Oh. Wow, it's a Hydroculus. Time for my non-existent map pins to be used. Hydroculus. I wonder. I always like calling them somethingless because I think it's funny. Dendroculus. Anemoculus. Where is the statue? Is it all the way up there? So where am I supposed to be going in the harbor, huh? Oh. That was a funny... Do it again, Eula. Spoon. What is she doing? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What is happening? What is happening? I don't know if you can see it on screen, but I'm furiously mashing the spacebar. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. I think I'm supposed to go talk to them in the background. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I could keep doing this forever. Da 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 da. This one also, I think this looks better because her right hand is lower than her left hand, so it makes the spinning motion look more natural. Whereas here, it looks more like she's spinning in reverse because in general, we think of rotating in an aerodynamic fashion, with her lower hand providing a slope to reduce air resistance, the upper hand. Not that that applies because there's no physics right now. I just scored another drop. Thank you, me. She looks like she's frozen. If it weren't for the fact that she's blinking, it looks like she's frozen. Help! I've fallen and I can't get up. Why does she look like some like old like game model where like I'm machinimating her but she has like no movement, so all I can do is move her whole body? Eula. Eula. If I position it right, it looks like she's crawling on the... Oh, I can't get the camera in close enough. It looks like she's staring into... She's trying to crawl out of the screen. Oh no. It'll be like just like that one movie that they referenced in Somnium Files. The one with the lady crawls out of the TV. I don't remember what it's called. This is so fascinating to look at. It's so fascinating to look at and see everything else move around her. And just watch as she alone is unable. I can't even switch characters, right? No. What even happened? What am I climbing on? I'm sorry that I keep sitting here doing this, but I'm just so enamored with what this could possibly be. And how the camera angle... Wow, wait. Guys, I've done it. I've gone first person in Genshin Impact. I've gone first person swimming. Hey, Everellen. Dun 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 dun. Oh, my camera zoomed out. Oh, I can't. Dun 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 dun. Shark. Look at her shadow too. You know what she looks like? She looks like she's about... It looks like she's trapped in that the shooting stars meme. It's very interesting. I'm very amused by just being able to spin the camera around and like do this. I wish I had more space on my desk. New. Wait, I zoom out. There we go. I'm spinning my... I'm really trying to wing my scroll wheel. Okay, enough of this. Oh, wait. Oh, I wait. Uh... I'm pressing the X button, and she's not falling. Um... I can't jump. I can't let go. Uh, I'm stuck like this. I mean, I'm not stuck. I can teleport with the map. This is a Renaissance painting right here. Now this is something. So much so that I'm going to start recording. You are my child now. If I hold this direction and move the camera with it. She spins. Okay, I've had my fun. I keep forgetting I can't let go. We're gonna have to go all the way back now. We're gonna have to go all the way back to Sumeru to do this, huh? There's no way out of this. We're going all the way back. I can't change my party either, right? No. And now I'm unbroken. Cool. It's only 500 meters away. You could probably glide all the way there. Well, on second thought, maybe not. Actually, you probably could. Animo resonance plus the thing, plus like amber or venti. You probably could. Wouldn't gliding be faster? You probably could. It's probably just enough. Although, of course, if you mistimed it, you could end up falling out of the sky and drowning. Excuse me. But we found our first Hydroculus. I bet you're gonna have to get like 600 of these bad boys. Because for whatever reason, they keep adding more every single region that you have to collect. I have no idea why they do that, but they keep adding more. More every region. They can't just keep a small number, huh? I don't know why they do that. Realistically, there's no reason to add more, aside from them wanting to add more. Don't know why. Now, I want to figure out what's happening here. It looked like it happened when I dived. And I did this, and then I dived. Weird. But they did change the... There was a dive animation before, but they added it so you sink more into the water now. You sink more. It used to be you would just kind of... You don't do that kind of like tuck and roll. Oh, it happened again. It happened again. So that wasn't... That's... Okay, so that's not a glitch. That's not a glitch. There's something in the water there that you can get stuck on. Okay, I'm gonna test it with Mika next. Raiden and Rosaria are the same model type as Eula, so I'm going to test it on Beacon next, since he uses the short male model. I don't know if that's a model thing or whatever, but it happened again. I thought maybe it was something with the Wave Rider, like maybe I jumped out of the Wave Rider and the momentum carried it forward, and then maybe it thought it was still there and there was some sort of lingering hitbox. But I don't think that was the case that time. So for whatever reason, it just decided to do it again. He sounded like he just choked on something. When he went, oh. Anyway. I'm glad they fixed the Wave Rider bug that I don't think I ever heard anybody talk about. But I'm glad they fixed the Wave Rider bug really early on, where the Wave Rider stamina was the same as your own stamina. So if you used the Wave Rider and then jumped out of it, if you were at 0 stamina, you would just immediately fall out of the sky and drown. That was really annoying. I'm glad they fixed that. Okay, so around here, I dived in. Or was it the second pillar? I dived in near a pillar. I got like this. I climbed. I did this. It happened a couple times. I don't remember which pillar it was. It's not like I'm recording and could look back at it. Okay. Raiden's okay. I wonder. You also have a lot of hang time. I think that's what part of what makes it look so weird, is that the dive is so slow. Okay. She looks okay. Is the Wave Rider proximity thing? Because I was about the same distance from the Wave Rider both times. I wonder if it's got something to do with that. Because it was closer to the side. Let's see. I just fell in there. I'm really trying to figure out what's happening here. I'll move the Wave Rider. Try to recreate the conditions. Because it was closer, it was like... It was kind of like this. It wasn't exactly like that, it was more towards the center. Weird. I don't remember. I don't think I pressed any. I know I was pressing key buttons, like I was pressing buttons in order to get things to happen the first time I did it. I don't think the second time it happened, I don't think I was pressing anything. The only thing that happened was I jumped like this, climbed out by mistake, then jumped in. Unless there's something that there might be some weird collision thing. I have no idea what was causing that. Because it seems fine now. Weird. Winded waves. Seems like a nice gig. Are we just gonna enter? Straight on in. Dung. Nope.
more speed.
Going up. I'm getting farther away from my objective. Do 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 do. I'm gonna say, a very long elevator. Do 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 do. Oh, you know what? Oh, here it is. Lights start flooding into the Statue of the Seven. So weird. Normal for a Statue of Seven to glow. The water is speaking to me. I'm able to use gills to breathe. Nice. View with the power of transoceanic source water. What you expend while moving underwater is aquatic stamina. Your aquatic stamina, you will not drown. But only in Fontaine.
Nights in a
Most
river
importantly,
share the
this
same culture.
only happens in Fontaine. Do I have the Traveler in a party? I don't think I do. I do not.
There's still a long road ahead.
That's kind of a boring thing. Hey. Let me resonate with Hydro. I need to check out what abilities I have. Another Hydro character. So what do I do now, huh? Oh, they added little icons too. Normal attack. Yeah. Aqua Quest Saber. A press is a surge. Aiming mode, fire off dewdrops in direction. A turret surge. When holding, if the traveler's HP is higher than 50%, will increase and they will lose X amount of HP. Certain intervals after using turret surge, the skill will unleash a Spirit Breath Thorn. Pneuma aligned Hydro damage. Okay. So it still does a turret surge, whether you hold it or tap it. What's the difference? Cooldown is 10 seconds. Suffusion. So it's 10 seconds whether you hold it or whether you tap it. Okay, so it seems like you just do more damage if you hold it. Skill damage duration 4 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds, 80 damage. A slow moving floating orb that deals continuous. This looks like it sucks. This looks like it's awful. 4 seconds long for 20 seconds and it's an 80 cost burst. This looks like it's awful. Source, they will regenerate one. So you can restore up to 28% of your health. How much do you lose per second? 4 every second. So you can hold it. So you'll lose 24, and this will be, if you get all of them, you can get 28 back. So you can gain 4% bonus health than what you lose. And you can get bonus if you drain your HP. Restore 2 energy. The movement speed. Oh, its duration increases by 3. So it's 7 seconds with a cooldown of 20 seconds. That's a little better, but it's 30% slower. Okay. Not but Crest Saber. That's a shield, I assume, for the dewdrop. Oh no. Oh, so it makes a shield around... I think that makes a shield around the traveler when they're holding their skill. Picks up a source water droplet. They restore HP to a nearby party member. Nearby party member. The lowest HP based on 6% said members' HP. I don't know if that applies to party members. So it appears near the traveler. And by near the traveler, they mean underneath the traveler's feet. So basically, HP is consumed, but is there a cooldown on this? It's an opponent. Oh, they have to hit an opponent. So what was happening that first time? Was I hitting something? I thought I was just aiming forward, but maybe I was hitting something. Huh. And they've gotten rid of the extra elemental attack at the end. I think it's really interesting that Lumine has higher charge attacks and Ether has faster attacks. It's really interesting. And aside from that, they're the same. Either way, this makes me look like... This reminds me of Xenoblade. It reminds me of Xenoblade X, when you're, like, designing your character. Anyway. It wants me to continually move forward. No, it wants me to go backwards. Wait for the Aqua Bus. What if I just don't, though? What if I pick up another Hydroculus? I don't know. It obviously wants me to go down, right? Yeah, it obviously wants me to go down somewhere. How much do we need for that first level? 20? Bruh. Bruh.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
That's about what I imagined. Yeah, it looks a lot cleaner than I would have thought. I was expecting a lot more steampunk. But it reminds me a lot of Corcus in Windcraft. Surrounded by water. Use a lot of gears, a lot of machinery. They use electromagic and robots in Corcus as opposed to magic like the other provinces. Hello, Rodo.
Seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do. What do you think?
Let's start by meeting the Hydroarch. Always a good idea.
Nahida gave us loads of useful information.
You know, always a good idea. Let's just right off the bat go to the Archon.
Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Our journey is to find my sibling and also to find the truth, but mainly to find the truth, because we kind of already know where the sibling is. The Slutting Beast is in a naturally high voice. Good old English Paimon. Actually, she's pretty high-pitched in all of them, except maybe... Well, no, it's really just English and Japanese. She isn't that... Apparently she's not that high-pitched in the Chinese dub, and I don't remember her being that high-pitched in the Korean dub.
So,
But...
what do you think the Hydro Archon's like?
Because...
Get along?
I am
She has a very unique
an English native speaker, I keep it on English for the character or the story quests. Because if I don't, I'm liable to skip through text because I'm reading it and not listening to it. Plus, this is the rare time I might be able to hear Lumine talk. So any chance to hear Lumine talk in English is always an opportunity to take. Oh, look at how low res that sail is in the background.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him.
English native speaker.
Pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer.
Reina and Entienne.
I was expecting a sudden plot
Or
twist.
Entienne.
It's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
I can't tell if they're talking about a real-life person who's been done in by Fontaine's probably super sussy court system, or if they're talking about a book, because both are equally possible.
Excuse me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't.
She went for a play. I was gonna say maybe a book. I think they're talking about real life.
Play?
Yeah.
We're talking about something that really happened. In
French
fact,
names. Yeah, Fontaine is based off of France, I guess. Are you 100% sure that is not pronounced how you said it? Good old French names.
Really?
It's like when they had saline pronounced as saline in Fire Emblem, and I was like, really? Saline?
Sound like some kind of story.
Not like Celine, like Celine Dion? And they're like, no, we're gonna go with saline.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they?
Reina? Like,
What you
oh
said
no,
about
that's
the
Rita
United
Moreno.
States
Never
being
mind.
Deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true.
And wasn't the other lady was Reba McIntosh. Neither one of those are Reinas.
The story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know
Edio
that
or
the
something,
Opera
like I would
Opera
guess.
Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
Interesting. Don't know, I'm not French. So they see trials as some sort of opera.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
We've never seen anybody go on trial, Paimon. I don't think they even have a court in Mondstadt. There wasn't really a trial in Liyue. It was just the Millelith trying to get us because we were a key witness when their god was quote-unquote murdered. It was a body double. And there really isn't a court system in Inazuma. And there really wasn't a court in Sumeru either. I don't... okay. But either way, Paimon, if they treat it like an opera, does that mean that they can play Carmen in the background on the floor? So, like, the prosecutor is, like, presenting his case, and in the background you hear dun 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 dun. That'd be really funny.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases.
Oh, I see.
And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have
Oh yeah, Nouvellette or Nouvelet.
Chief Justice Nouvellette,
Oh, they are doing Nouvellette. Okay,
as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine
there we
created
go.
by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
So, the OMAC. I'm gonna call it the OMAC. I'm gonna drop the D at the start because OMAC is a funnier
Kind of machine too?
acronym.
Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Well, if she's presiding over the court cases, I'd say get ourselves into trouble, you know? Renault? Instead of Renault, yeah. Well, think about, like, what's a good... Oh, comment allez-vous s'il vous plaît? And stuff like that, right? Just think about that. Or like Liberation in, Fire Emblem Engage. And Allier.
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House.
Yeah.
Lady Furina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be
As soon as the language requires apostrophes, it gets iffy. Italian
helpful.
sometimes uses well, actually no, I'm not gonna say kind of. Italian does use apostrophes as well. Very similar to French in terms of like you look at other Germanic languages and then you just go, huh. A time slot.
Is the Hydro-Archon super busy?
Italian is also weird there, I said it. Well, you think that not dentalizing T's is a weird thing, or the fact that vowels have different pronunciations depending on whether or not they are at the end, beginning, or middle of a word, and whether or not they come before and after a certain type of consonant? That seems weird to you? Wow.
Lady Furina seldom takes an
That's the
interest
part I
in
hate most about
affairs.
Italian.
The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before.
She's like a more public form of Venti. I finally got my last drop. Thanks, me.
The Hydro-Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show
I don't
some
like how
respect.
yellow her hair is. It's just so yellow. I know some of the NPCs in Mondstadt have hair like this. I just don't like how yellow it is. It's so blindingly yellow.
Yes, you're
I literally live in a country bordering Italy, and I know not one sentence in Italian.
In front of visitors.
Uh,
I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Nouvelet.
the only reason I know weird Italian pronunciation stuff is because almost all Latin
Come
uses
on.
the
Share some
Italian.
applause here.
Well, it's not always, but most of the
You'll
time,
be arrested for saying
Latin
something
will
that's
use in like contemporary use will use Italian pronunciations because they use Italian Latin. Because
I think we get it.
most of them were written, most songs in Latin were written by Italian composers, and so in modernity, you use the Italian version of Latin to pronounce things. There are other pieces that use different languages or written by different composers that spoke different languages, and then you would use that version of Latin instead. But since Latin is a dead language and nobody actually speaks it, and most of the pieces were written and composed by Italians, I pronounce Latin how it would be pronounced in my language. Yeah, exactly. That's what happens with Latin. And so most of the time people just go with Italian Latin, which I suppose makes sense if you think about like Latin and Rome being in Italy, but you just end up with a lot of... Actually, do I have any of... Do I have any of it floating around? I didn't do so. Here's the IPA. I don't remember any of my IPA. But like, here we have Lasciatemi morire, or I guess it'd be like Lasciatemi morire from Ariana's aria from the opera La Ariana, soprano, text by Ottavio Rinuccini, born 1562, died 1621, and set by Claudio Monteverdi, who was born 1567 and died 1567 and died in 1643. Only learn Latin properly and only speak Latin and just them have it as a language reserve pool. You'd have to figure out like how Latin was spoke by the Romans. But they have the IPA under all the things, and I don't remember any of my IPA. I just remember that it was like Lasciatemi mordire, e che volete. Except without the te, because you don't dentalize the t's in Italian. You don't go you go like the. It's really weird, and I can't ever do it because I dentalize my t's because I speak English. But you don't dentalize t's, so there's no t sound. It's like a d sound. It's almost like a duh, but it's a t. It's a T, but it's almost a D sound. And the Romans were still around and kept them isolated since then. They'd be able to show us how Latin is actually spoken. Que mi conforte, incotzi, dura sorte, incotzi, glan, matire, lasciatemi morire. And I don't know where the actual... the sheet music is supposed to be somewhere, but for whatever reason, all the sheet music I have, even though I don't know where it is, supposedly it's somewhere, but all the sheet music I'm holding is for Seven Crudele and Ave Maria, both of which are also in Latin, Italian Latin, but also not Lasciatemi morire. And I keep dentalizing the T because I just don't care. In principio erat verbum, et verbum erat apud, dum et des erat verbum. That sounded getting really close into getting a bad French accent. Yeah, so I don't know where the music for La Châteme is. But anyway, that's the beginning of the Bible in Latin. I translated some stuff with Google Translate into Latin for fun one time. Just took a bunch of the stuff from Shield Hero and was like, what if we made this in Latin? Because of course they have like fancy spellcasting things. What if you just put everything into Google Translate Latin? Be funny. Lasciatemi morire, lasciatemi morire, che volete che mi conforte. Then there's an incozzi dura sorte, incozzi clan. Freely translated, I don't know if it was accurate. That sounds about right. It's like Noctis Lucis Caelum. And how his name is all in Latin. Latin is funky, but people don't speak it. I was thinking the other day about how weird it is, because you have like Deus Ex Machina. Oh, it's Liney. You have Deus Ex Machina, which is God from the machine, right? Because Deus is God, and Ex Machina is like from the machine. But then you have like Deus Vult, which is like God wills it. So Latin's weird, I guess, because you've got a bunch of things that then like compounding together mean things. Like Semper Fi is always loyal, or Carpe Diem is seize the day. Does that mean that Carpe is seize the, and Diem is day? Who knows? I don't speak Latin. E pluribus unum, from many one. Hello, Liney.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright? Huh? I'm fine. Thanks. Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something. About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself.
Rip. Rip.
I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill of...
I never noticed that they had cattails. Does she have cat ears too? I never noticed that.
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe they're mermaids. Maybe they're from James Cameron's hit movie Avatar 2: The Way of Water.
No people call the waters around Fontaine.
I use the same in Italian and Serbian. Articles aren't really a thing. Nouns just kind of go alone.
Fresh water.
Or Latin, yeah. I assume they just kind of bam, bam, bam.
And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged.
Dang, the rising sea levels swallowed up that hill.
He would skip and jump.
The hill we ran down.
In the wind.
Or the hill we climbed?
The sun shone
That's a
brightly,
reference to something
the air
that
was
I don't
filled with
know.
the scent of the sea.
That hill we ran down. Isn't that a reference to something? Running up that hill. Yeah. Running up that hill. Something like that. Avatar 2 was a weird movie. I didn't see Avatar 2, so I don't have any comments on that.
But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories.
Oops.
Sorry, Paimon doesn't really get what you.
Wait. This is why I kept the Google Doc open. She said the water is slowly swallowing up the memories. It's just like in Fireworks Beneath My Shoes. Quick, I gotta find the line. I've gotta find the line from the song. Here it is. The last chorus, or the last verse. I just want to jump off into the sunset, high above the stars, now hoping to end this, and beneath it all it's fading so slowly. The town you had shown me, it's just so lonely. The actual swallowing part would probably be better reflected in Deep Indigo near the end, where the just then I saw your picture in my mind of despite the blue that blurs your smile, those petals dancing in the wind across the sky as the indigo blue fills my eyes. Either that or an earlier one where they talk about indigo. Anyway, I went to the cinema for it, but it was not worth. Why does Paimon speak to herself in the third person? Is she dumb? I don't know why she does that in English. Actually, I don't know. It could just be that's how they localized her speech patterns, because Paimon is a product of a common mascot trope. Vern in Grand Blue Fantasy is like this. Happy is like this in Fairy Tale. As far as I'm aware, she doesn't refer to herself by her name and the other doves, but she instead uses like a form of pronoun that like doesn't have a direct analog into English. The one that comes off the top of my head is that I know in Japanese she refers to herself as oida, which is a sort of in between, which I guess generally, stereotypically, would be used by a tomboyish girl, as opposed to using boku, which is usually used by guys, and watashi, which is used by ladies. Although those aren't strict rules, oida is kind of like in the middle, I guess. It's kind of similar to how this one lady, I don't remember her name, on a variety show in Korea, calls one of her fellow castmates Hyung instead of Appa. And she talked about in an interview that the reason she does it is just her own personal preference. But they probably just translated that because that's how they were going to localize it. Vern refers to himself as Vern in Grand Blue Fantasy. And I think Happy does the same thing as Fairy Tale. And since Paimon fills a similar role to Happy and Vern, they probably just decided, you know what, we'll just have Paimon use Paimon.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting.
Oh, this is Liney.
Are you Lynette's new friends?
He sounds so condescending. He sounds so insufferable.
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern.
You know Baka means grandmother in Serbian. You gotta love all those different cognates. Although it's not really a cognate, is it? Because a cognate is a word that sounds similar and means the same thing in a different language. Like dinosaurio and dinosaur in English and Spanish. So I guess Baka really isn't a cognate then if it means something else.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
He reminds me of pre-swap Tignari,
Travelers from abroad.
except nasalier. He sounds so condescending and so annoying. cognate.
But we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder why, Paimon. Why doesn't Hoyoverse give Lumine and Ether their own voice lines? Could you steal all my lines?
So that's how you think it is?
Exactly, Paimon. Plus, it's way easier to hire four voice actors to voice Paimon's lines than 8 to voice all of Lumine and Ether's.
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Well, Paimon, Rodea of Locke did say that the power of water is to take any form or any shape. If catgirls existed IRL, would they have human rights? I would assume so, right? Because they're still like humans, kind of.
That. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating.
But we don't really have any like close similar cases for that in terms of like genetically, right? The closest thing would be people who have tiny amounts of Neanderthal DNA, but even then, it's not really like noticeable in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty.
Well, there's also
There's no doubt about what's happening now.
there'd also be like the whole thing about sapiency versus sentiency, which I guess was part of the logic in Detroit Become Human, right? The difference between something that's sentient and something that's sapient, because there is a difference. The right word implies a certain amount of uncertainty. What's happening in Fontaine?
To begin.
Why is the camera panning? Oh, it's just a frameless.
Let's put that question on hold for a moment.
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
No, he just doesn't want to talk about it, Paimon. He's trying to change the subject. He's avoiding this conversation.
Traveler?
Hi, Liney.
And hello, Paimon.
That's a guy? Liney, yeah. Lynette's sister.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
What is... He's so weird.
Please, don't take
I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what's up with Liney. I feel like he's being sussy, and he's gonna not be sussy, because everybody who seems sussy in this game ends up not being sussy, and everybody who isn't sussy ends up either being sussy or not being sussy. But Liney could just be weird, because everybody thought Tomo was super sussy at the start too, and he ended up being super chill.
Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Furina? No problem. at
Liney
all.
sounds like Linus Tech
I was
Tips.
planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take
I haven't heard Linus talk enough to know. Their names are very similar. I haven't heard Linus talk enough though. I think I've only ever seen 2 Linus Tech Tips videos. I saw the one they did with Slow-Mo guys when they were making the the storage server. The 200 terabyte server or whatever. And then the only other one I think was him talking about the NPC walk. Genshin's animations within cutscenes like this are very jarring. They have very odd turns.
You said you were going to see Lady Furina? Well, it seems Lady Furina has come to see you.
Yeah, they have very weird animations when they're locked into their in-game animations. Oh, it's Corrind. I'm gonna call her Corrind. That's not the Hydro Archon. They baited you. They're like, is that the Hydro Archon? No, of course, this is the Hydro Archon. I'll get my mouse off the screen. You know, because she has a much fancier design than the rest of the random NPCs. She gonna do something funny?
So, she's
I don't know. Maybe she heard about us in advance. Maybe Nahida told her.
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
She reminds me of Fischl a little bit. Like Fischl mixed with Mona. His insane trip, I have to admit. I wouldn't know. I've only ever seen him in a t-shirt and jeans. Oh, the in-game Linus Tech Tips. Oh, Liney? Yeah, Liney, he's styling. He's a magician, so he's a career performer.
Let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
It looks like she has the brand of the Exalt in her eye. Because she's got the teardrop, it looks just like the brand of the Exalt from Fire Emblem.
Is she talking about us?
Do you know any other travelers from distant lands, Paimon?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos.
The brand of the Excel? The brand of the Exalt. Yeah.
I welcome you nevertheless.
See if I can get a picture of it.
I have come to receive you personally.
Can I get the cool picture of it inside Lucina's eye? I gotta get the cool picture of it inside Lucina's eye if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. Save image as... desktop. No, just go to downloads. Exalt. Brand. Saved as a PNG. Nice. I don't like Excel, it's weird. I don't like the Windows Office suite. Image. Lucina. Eyeball. Upload file. Downloads. Here we go. Oh, this probably looks really weird out of context, doesn't it? This probably looks really weird out of context. This is the brand of the Exalt. In Lucina, it's in her eye. I think it's on Crom's shoulder. I don't know where it is on Owain. Is it on his hand? I don't think it's on his hand. I know Owain has it. Maybe it's on his shoulder as well. I know Crom's is on his shoulder. Lucina's is on her eye for some reason. Eye doctor failed his job on this eye. It's so weird. It's probably my favorite cutscene out of Awakening just because of how detailed it looks. But also, I just think it's really interesting that Lucina has the brand of the Exalt on her eye. They're like, they could have put it anywhere else, but in order to hide it, in order to make it dramatic, they put it right in her face.
Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity.
The eyeliner, though.
Of course, seeking an audience with me
Well, she doesn't really have eyeliner on, does she? She just got insane lashes.
truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
Oh, they actually changed it.
The nation of Hydro.
I don't even play this, but you're getting drops for Genshin Impact.
Significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
They changed the pronunciation. Didn't they used to pronounce it Focalors? They changed it to the actual like French thing of Focalors. Interesting.
Yeah. Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
I remember I kept getting like Rust drops and drops for like things like Overwatch and stuff like that. And I'm just like, I don't play these games. Well, it wasn't Overwatch. It was like Siege, like Rainbow Six and like Rust and all these other things and stuff for like Albion Online and like New World and everything. And I was like, I don't play these games. Are drops mandatory to take? No, they expire after like a month or something. And if you don't have your account linked, it doesn't matter. Even if you claim them, if you don't have like an account with the game linked to your Twitch, I don't think they even show up. You can just let them sit there. I got a bunch of drops for the Harry Potter game that I don't even own just because I was watching somebody play it and they had drops on. So, they just sit in my inventory.
Miss Hydro-Icon? How did you know we were coming?
She's magic!
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
I gotta look up who she's voiced by. I think I did though, and I don't think it's somebody I know. Furina VA. Who's she voiced by? Oh, it's Amber Lee Connors? Oh, okay, I do know who that is. Never mind. I do know who that is. It's because she's Tsubasa in Tower of Fantasy. Not that I really recognize her voice at all, but I definitely know who she is. Voices get too high and I stop reacting to them. Good old Furina. I like that she says, don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. And Furina's like... When you think about how you have the 7 Archons, she's not even one of the original 7. The only 2 original 7... the only of the original 7 are Venti and Zhongli. And technically, Nahida was there in a way, because she's like another form of Rukkhadevata. And technically, A was also there because she was alive during the Cataclysm around the time of the original 7. Because the original 7 was... Well, actually, I don't know. Was Makoto the original Electro Archon? I was pretty sure she was. And then A was like her shadow, her body double. But either way, the only 2 surviving Archons from the original 7 are Venti and Zhongli. That's how a friend translated the word foreigner from our language into English once. Outlander.
You had best stop
Highlander.
and consider.
Isn't that about Scotland?
You really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god. All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to...
Did you see him in the background be like, Lady Furina, it's ready? And she was just like, nope, not yet. Hold on.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Feels like she can't get over herself. I feel like we're getting into a Wizard of Oz situation. It's German. He translated it from German to English. That's really weird. I feel like that would be one where that wouldn't be that hard. That seems like odd choices.
With these looks. Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
I don't know.
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Well, joke's on them. Lumine hardly ever says a word.
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Furina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler?
How is that the name that... How is that the title that we've gotten? What an awful title. I know it's just because Ether and Lumine are both blonde, so it means they only have to record 1 line of dialogue. But what a bad title. Out of all the titles they could have given us.
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Furina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Drama? He's like, tea? Tea? Somebody say tea?
That's the blonde traveler, the one all those stories are about. Lady Furina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Although, if you think about it, at this point, everything is continuous, right? It must be pretty cool. He looks like a German collaborator in World War II. He really does have that kind of like, look at me, I'm wearing a lot of like plain greens and browns, and also I've got several layers of baggy clothing. But let's think about what's happened. Even if we don't consider the events, because the events are kind of non-canonical, we fought a dragon. We fought not 1, but 2 harbingers. We've run into 3 harbingers. 4 harbingers, actually, if you count Dotor and Scaramouche. We've run into 4 harbingers. We've beaten 2 harbingers. We fought a god. We fought a dragon. We, like, helped tamper with, like, the fabric of reality. The Traveler has done some pretty cool stuff, haven't they?
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Furina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have
I'm gonna check.
determined that there will be
I actually probably should have done this earlier. I just realized that sometimes Genshin's like a lot quieter than the other games.
just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
The volume was like super cranked up when I put in the earbuds, and my voice sounded super distorted, and I don't love that. I don't love that at all. Bring it on, fighting gods. I've got a resume. Indeed you do, Lumine. Indeed you do. You do, in fact, have a resume. Oh, Corund? Oh, they got different uniforms on now. We got 2 types of uniforms.
Are you not afraid?
Yeah, this is definitely a Wizard of Oz situation. Yo, yo,
The divine.
yo, this is a Wizard of Oz situation. I mean, I'm sure she has actual powers. Gotta plug something in. I'm sure she's got actual powers because she's an Archon, but this is definitely a Wizard of Oz type of thing where she's doing all these theatrics.
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Wasn't the first time we've had a run-in with gods or fought them, you know? The Raiden Shogun tried to, like, murk us, like, 2 seconds into the Wizard of Oz. The Raiden Shogun tried to, like, murk us, like, 2 seconds into stepping into Inazuma, so...
Stand down, Clorend.
Clorend, okay.
Admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior.
A true warrior. Like Glenn in Fire Emblem. He died like a true knight.
And a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
So are we gonna have a rap battle? Because I think that would slake their thirst.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
What about a 25-day duel extravaganza featuring chess, checkers, Uno, a rap battle, a physical duel with swords, a non-physical duel with other mental challenges like the rap battle, such as a spelling bee. We could also do a soccer match. We could do an American football match. We could also do a tennis match, a pickleball match, very similar to tennis, I know, but with a different type of ball. We could do a basketball match. We could do a bocce ball match. We could do a non-physical duel with swords. We could have a shadow spar. We could do a shadow duel. That's a very good point. What else could we do? We could have a great British bake-off. We could have a battle of Chopped hosted by Alton Brown. We could do a battle on the beach by renovating vacation homes a la HGTV. We could have the Barbie Dreamhouse Challenge. Olympic weightlifting competition. That's a good point. There's a whole slew of things we could do in the Olympics. We could have a deadlift challenge. We could have a bench press challenge. We could do Olympic speed skating. We could do Olympic speed cycling. We could do a skateboarding competition a la Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1, 2, and 3. We could also have just a race, you know, just a drag race, you know, just vroom, you know, blast down those roads, right? That's totally not dangerous. Yeah. What else could we do? A marathon? We could do a decathlon. We could do a decathlon. We wouldn't just stop at a marathon, a decathlon. Archery, swimming, climbing, running. We've got it all. Shooting's in the decathlon, right? Decathlon is the marathon, climbing, swimming, running, shooting. What else is in the decathlon? I'm gonna look this up. Decathlon. What is in the decathlon? biking. A decathlon, 10 track and field events. Decathlon was formed in an analogy to the word pentathlon from the Greek, deca meaning 10, athos or athlon meaning contest or prize. Events are held over 2 consecutive days, and winners are determined by the combined performance in all. Performance is judged on a point system in each event, but not by position achieved. The decathlon is contested mainly by male athletes, while female athletes typically compete in the heptathlon. Interesting, which I assume is 7? Indeed it is. Let's see. Historical background. The decathlon developed from the ancient pentathlon competitions held at the ancient Greek Olympics. Pentathlons involved 5 disciplines: long jump, discus throw, javelin throw, sprint, and a wrestling match. The 10-event competition was first contested at the United States Amateur Championships in 1884. Okay, I don't care about this. What are the things? Okay, so it consists of the 100-meter sprint, the long jump, the shot put, the high jump, the 400-meter sprint, the 110-meter hurdle, the discus throw, the pole vault, the javelin throw, and the 1500-meter dash. Interesting. Interesting. According to Wikipedia, a French athlete named Kevin Mayer has the world record in 2018 for 9,126 points. A Canadian named Damien Warner has the Olympic record set in 2021 of 9,018 points. And a man named Ashton Eaton has the world championship from the US, has a world championship record of 9,045 points set in 2015. Fascinating. The more you know. Biathlon? Ah, biathlon.
Irenaeus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. They're getting a bit old.
I challenge thee to a duel, sir. I bite my thumb at thee.
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
What about Genius Invocation TCG? I think that's pretty expensive. I assume most athlons are expensive just because of all the stuff you have to do, all the training. Although one of the Olympic medalists from the US, one of the first times they did the discus, it was this guy from college who had never done sports in his life and was just very interested in Greek history and Greek culture. And so he went out and he had a historical discus like custom made for him, and it was this large like 2-foot wide metal disc that he tried to like throw for the discus toss to train. And he was just like, dang bro, this is really, really hard. And then he got to the Olympics and he found out that the modern Olympics use these small wood and metal discus, like discs that are maybe like a foot or half a foot wide. And he was like, oh dang, this is so much easier than trying to throw like a sewer cover.
Right.
One of my favorite stories.
Pain, after all.
He was like, I'll sign up for the discus throw. And then he's like, and then I'll learn how to throw discus.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too
Bro, really overprepared. It's such a funny story. Because he was like, I'm gonna embarrass my country, I'm gonna perform horribly, I'm just not strong enough to throw the discus, and then he gets there and it's this tiny little wood and metal disc. And he's like, oh.
Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We literally just arrived here.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month.
Paimon, no, floating lavender melon, you've done us in.
Of violating this law, no?
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's Our Lady Furina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
Little do they know, the first law of Fontaine is that Lady Furina is the law. The second law of Fontaine is refer back to rule number 1. The third law of Fontaine is refer back to rule number 1. And the fourth rule of Fontaine is don't talk about Fight Club. In the wrestling discipline, these anime guys do not stand a chance against me. As long as they don't got some sort of like secret power from their vision.
All that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Quick, Paimon, start walking around.
Precisely. Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
In the name of the moon. What? Isn't that what they
My
say in Sailor
apologies,
Moon?
Lady Furina. I don't mean to
Oh
speak
no,
out
not
of
Liney.
turn, but if you would allow me to interject,
I forgot how nasally he was.
I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
Paimon do a one-punch knockout.
Tell her, Winnie.
Dun-dun.
Someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
I gotta show you the cutscene for Scaramouche where Lumine is able to tip over a chunk of stone that's bigger than she is. It like collapses on top of her, and she just like pushes it over. Like, really, really?
I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Like Thanos, or the Nintendo Switch. Ah, I see.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
You're a marionette, Paimon. When Lonnie patted you on the back. Flashback. Dun-dun-dun-dun. It all makes sense.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's...
She's like a Macy's Day Parade float.
It's just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Furina's charges no longer hold water.
Get it? Water? Because she's the Hydro Archon?
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linny and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
She really just hit him with the toodaloo. It reminds me a lot of PLP in World's End Club. Also, even though they weren't divided that way, they had an even number of male and female guards there.
She's gone! Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. He never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's
Scooby-Doo theater villains were always the most annoying. Oh, believe me. You see that one where they did Phantom of the Opera, but it was a disco instead? That was weird.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Furina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Amenable.
Anyway,
As if only one peculiar episode of Scooby-Doo is weird. All of Mystery Incorporated. The entire series of Mystery Incorporated was weird. That's by far the weirdest Scooby-Doo they've ever been. Because Fred turns into a one-off character that just says it's trappin' time every 5 seconds. And they find out that there's some sort of eldritch deity in Mystery Cove or whatever.
I just know
It's by
of
far the
places
weirdest
where
Scooby-Doo has ever been.
living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
Was Mystery Incorporated that with Fred's dad? That might have been the ones with Fred's dad. That was the one where they were at that like island, or not the island, but they were at like that coastal town. And they basically stayed in like that one spot the entire time, just solving mysteries around the town. And Daphne and Fred were like engaged or whatever, and Scooby was like in the, or not Scooby, Shaggy was like in the army. It was really weird.
When there are no public trials being
Or like, no, he
held,
wasn't in the army, but he
Opera
like
hosts a
was in
variety
boot camp, and
of
then he was like, I gotta get out of here, man.
To the people of Fontaine,
Mystery
the
Incorporated
line
was
between
very
the trial and the
strange.
performance can be a little blurred.
The animation had a lot of straight lines, and Fred's chin was huge. I think that's
And
it.
Speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
For this next trick, I'll make this Paimon
My
disappear.
brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now. And
I
we're
can't-
going to go to the opera house anyway.
I can't tell if she's a cat's Klein or not,
Splendid.
or if it's just like an
In that
outfit
case,
she's
why
wearing.
don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. Oh, you really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer.
Like, I genuinely can't tell if she's a cat's Klein or if she's just wearing an outfit.
This
I think
is
she's a cat's
magical
Klein.
item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me
A hot
distribute it to
pocket?
the people here.
Hot pocket. Oh. It just looks like a reusable grocery bag.
Huh? What are they going to use it
There's a lab in the basement. I don't know what that one is.
About
I don't remember that. Scooby-Doo's been weird
asked
for
you before about the
a lot of
prophecy, right?
times.
Let me start by telling you a little more about what it is.
Some of them are,
first.
especially some of the modern ones, get very bizarre because they don't follow any sort of like rational
I'm not sure exactly what it
basis
is,
on anything.
but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine.
The live actions are gold.
It says
Oh.
that every person in Fontaine
Why does this look like
born
Raid
with
Shadow
sin.
Legends?
No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved.
This looks like the cutscenes in Raid Shadow Legends.
Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned.
So it's like Hinduism mixed with Noah's Ark.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hmm.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
Think of sine, cosine, tangent.
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath.
The way of water?
Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any.
She has a
of these
large
claims,
bow,
so they
cotangent.
can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
But what if the water level ends up rising and you drown in your sleep because you ignored the prophecy, Paimon?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Which means Fontaine must have been a very tall nation. if places have been submerged and it
Many
still looks
people
like
carry
this.
on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death.
It's like weathering with you.
We hope that at least the people who reside near the water
Thank you, no
move
ko.
away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets.
Not to be confused with Oshinoko.
As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Hyman gets it. It's like preparing for a rainy day. But this is more than a bit of rain.
You must move them into the sky, Lumine. They must live in the sky.
Perhaps
Sort of
only
like
absolute power could prevent
Midgar
such
in
a
Final Fantasy VII.
But who knows?
They went to a summer camp and there's a city submerged in the sea. There are too many Scooby-Doo movies. I haven't watched enough Scooby-Doo movies.
Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
It's a bag of holding. It's a top-tier item in D&D. You definitely want this. It's free. Talk to the people nearby. Hello, Aluguola. Probably every topic in modern philosophy.
You also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
Why does he talk like that? Keep it. I won't have any use for it. His voice goes dun 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 dun. Agagaga. Yeah.
No, I believe in the prophecy.
Ajuru.
But I also believe in
Ajuru.
The story says that people
Or Agaru. Agaru. Agaru sounds like some sort of kangaroo. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. That sounds like Avatar, having not watched Avatar.
Desired to live on land and developed blood vessels.
Oh.
Circulating the sea within their
Kind of
bodies.
like how
Thus could people set foot on land.
those hermit shoe crabs are one of the things closest to the oldest living things on Earth.
So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater.
Like coconut crabs.
Why?
Yeah.
You should probably still take it.
Yeah, you don't want it to end up like the ending of that one anime series they don't remember the name of. I can find the name real quick.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water
I think it's
doesn't
this one.
necessarily mean death.
Haru no Tanari? I don't think it's Haru no Tanari. That's the other song. Where's the other one? I know in the comments of one of these videos, they talk about, is it Haru no Tanari? Oh, it is Haru no Tanari. Where is... It's in here somewhere. Somewhere that, Oshiro. Where is the comment? I don't remember what it was called. It's in one of the comments for one of these videos. I just don't remember what the... Is it? One of these has a thing. I don't remember what it's, but it's about it's from the 90s. Basically, an entire town has been like swallowed by the ocean or by the sea, so the entirety of everything is underwater and it's been abandoned for like decades. And there's a tiny part of land that's above. Yeah, that's a way to store information. Yeah, I just don't remember what it was. I might be able to find it if I just look it up. If I look up the things. It's definitely not Children of the Sea or A Lull in the Sea. I know, I know. I know, it's not any of these. Because A Lull in the Sea and Children of the Sea are way too new. I just don't remember what it's called. Oh. Wait, Atri? Atri's getting an adaptation? Ooh. I'm gonna... Here are all these weird things I'm gonna have to watch later. I don't remember what it's called. Anyway, I'll find out later. Ask ChatGPT. I know it's in... Well, I actually do know that it's in the lyrics of one of the Yuru Camp videos, because I remember that people were talking about a different... People were talking about Yuru Camp, and then people were talking about another anime. Let's see. I'm just gonna keep scrolling down it. Scrolling through comments. Let's see. Not Yu Yu Shiki. No. It's like... The only thing I can think of is TKK, but that's not it. That's the acronym for Tokeka. Which is not it. Let's see. Tokeka. I'm just gonna keep clicking through. It's gotta be one of the endings. I'll keep clicking through related videos. I'm also not gonna play any of this through the stream, because it's gotta be one of these two videos. I guess it's just not. I have a screenshot from the anime, so I can find it if I look hard enough. I have a screenshot with the name of the anime on it. I'll have to look for it later. Nearby residence. Hello, my man.
So you're the blonde trap.
I'm gonna skip this because this, quite frankly, isn't important dialogue. It's us handing people bags and saying, please take them. And sometimes they say no, and then we say, but really, take it. And they say, okay, fine. Or we say, here, take this bag, and they say, why, thank you. So, Galaxy. Why'd you set this information up like a Sherlock Holmes episode? It's because at the time I was like, well, I know what the name is, and also I'm never gonna watch it, so I don't need to retain that information. But now, here's a scenario like 2 years later where I need to retain that information, and I just don't have it. However, I have just the thinnest threads to try and to yank that knowledge out of the ether and into my own brain.
Life is all about living in the moment.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in
I like that
handy.
they're saying, I won't take this magic bag that is the size of a normal bag, but can hold countless amounts of items in it, because I don't believe that the water will keep rising. Like, just take the bag. You can use it in your day-to-day life.
Thanks.
Using the ether as cloud storage.
If I start moving, that means
It just... You don't have to use it to move, though. If you have a bag of holding, think about how much you could do with that. Think about how useful it is to have a bag that you can fit the contents of your home in, but still be the size of a normal grocery bag.
That was fast. So, what
That's
did
so
you have to
useful,
say?
even in day-to-day
I bet
life.
You heard some interesting opinions. Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last
And process screening protocol so you can use
Pocket
staff as
from the
infinite
air
cloud
in
storage.
the court of Fontaine. Since
To
we're
the
out and about, I was thinking about
all on the
bringing in
cloud,
some more materials.
all everywhere, anytime, as long as you have cell service.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like.
Because why not?
Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I
Romaritime.
remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
They just took maritime and just put row in front of it. Can't believe this.
More speed.
We really haven't left this initial area. We really haven't gone any further. Oh, well. Okay, doesn't seem like there's that much. Almost romantic. Almost, but not quite. Sub-icons. Okay. Yeah, cool. Cool that you're telling me about this now game. And not, you know, after I'd already seen several of these. So, it appears we got some domains. Talent domain, artifact domain, oh, material domain, and then artifact domain. Yeah, artifact domain. Important message.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
That's so much more useful than the game not telling me I need specific elements for things. Who do we need the least? Sorry, Mika, it's you. Who do we want to bring? We'll bring Yelan.
This time.
I mean, theoretically, Kokomi would be the best choice, but Yelan works.
Take it easy.
Marcote. Is that it? And the others?
Take it easy.
There we go. Go back. And now we can use Lifeline to move a tiny bit faster. I'm still upset that Kirara's E doesn't restore stamina, but Yelan's E restores stamina. Like, they already made Sayu's E not restore stamina. So it's an intentional thing, I guess, because they're both 4-star characters.
Made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
Stepping in water with shoes. Oh, yeah. Oh, you would absolutely love the scene in Ayaka's story quest where she dances in a river wearing socks and sandals. Well, they're not sandals, they're Geta tabby, but same difference. You'd love that scene where she's like, I'ma dance in the river with my socks on.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the Court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine.
Sounds like a nightmare. It's really funny. It's especially funny because then she freezes the water underneath her. And I was just like, does that mean she froze her socks too? If there is a way to replay cutscenes that the game keeps stored in the game but has no way of accessing, that'd be great. But the game keeps all of the cutscenes for everything in the game downloaded and won't let you see them again after they've played. Which is great.
What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief.
Wow, that's profiling, Lenny. Lenny.
Practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's
Cutscene decrypting tool coming your way. I can just go into the game files and delete all the things. They're nice and clearly marked, but
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of
I just don't want to deal with the game being like, oh, we're missing some cutscenes next time. Time to download them before you launch the game.
You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
I gotta ride this elevator again. Actually, I don't have to ride the elevator at all. We can just teleport up here. Bye. Easy.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
Is that Navia? It looks a lot like one of the characters from Engage. Is that Navia, or is it just somebody? I don't think it is. Her hair is too orange to be Navia.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
It looks like Citrine in Fire Emblem Engage. Time to make the arrest.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction. What should we do? Should we chase her?
The rest is up to Linny.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if
Oh, there's an interactable over there. Seems there's no reason for us to stay here.
Let's go.
Little did the Traveler and Paimon know, the thief was actually waiting for this exact moment and is now gonna slip by us. Where is Linny? Liney? Oh, he's over here. Convenient.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Now here's a hypothetical. Lynette, what if you picked up the items she dropped and Linny still chased after her? Huh?
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the Court of Fontaine now.
Ride the Aqua Bus. Oh, now we gotta ride the Aqua Bus. That means it's the omnibus.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
This
Aqua Bus is just the hipster version.
allows people to travel between several
Aqua Bus is the bus piloted by Aqua from Konosuba. It looks a lot more like a ferry.
The ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
What I should do is the next time I have a chance, I should go check, Lynette's, Lynette's, like, character bio, and figure out if she is a Cat's Clan.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Oh, is that Charlotte? It is! Hey, Charlotte. It's gonna be great when... I hope that she has different dialogue, because we played that event, and we actually know who Charlotte is.
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Great. She actually did remember. It wasn't just like a, oh, Who are you, stranger I've never met before?
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you all riding the Aquabus.
Why is it on
Story of
autoplay?
my life, this is big news.
It's not an auto. Why was it auto playing there? That was weird.
Doing in Fontaine. I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence.
She sounds like somebody.
As travelers, we're
I just don't know who she sounds like.
It's not surprising that no
Not
one
going to
knows
sleep. How they get here so fast? I'm surprised the stream hasn't crashed yet. It really must be an encoder thing on my end then.
Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends.
So we've been good all stream.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steamverse.
She looks like a character from Honkai Star Rail. She really does. She looks like if you combined Asta with Yanfei. Or like Asta with Pom Pom.
From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place.
I could not differentiate between the anime games. It's just her clothing. She really looks like a Star Rail character. Well, she looks like a character from the Herd of Space Station.
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House.
Kind of like how Kuki looks like she could be a Valorant character.
You could still
She just
see
has that
readers'
design.
as long as you tell things from a
Like if you told me
colorful
Kuki was somebody from Valorant, I'd totally believe you.
For
I think it's
example,
because she's got a similar color scheme to like
vulnerable girls in
Viper and stuff like that.
or how a
So that's why I
financial
think
criminal
Val.
was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. Ah, you're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news.
She
pieces
wants
that
pictures of
shake the
Spider-Man.
country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases actually.
Spider-Man?
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
Not Spider-Man.
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the
I just
truth to be
noticed.
revealed.
Is this about to get dark? That wouldn't be anywhere close to the darkest thing Genshin's ever done. Maybe the darkest in a mainline story quest. But why does this keep autoplaying?
Serial disappearances
I just noticed she has the same kind of sleeves that Jean has, where she just has sleeves that are just on her arms that don't go over her shoulders. The Surumi Isle world quest involved a 10-year-old kid being sacrificed to like some electric bird thing and ended up like haunting the island with his like spirit or whatever and put the spirit into endless fog, and the bird ended up like destroying the entire island, killing all the people there and creating like a Chernobyl-esque electric radiation zone around it. You know,
But the
normal
scariest
things.
part is that to this day,
Normal things.
none of the girls have ever been found. Many
Yeah,
suspects
I don't
have been
understand.
arrested over years in connection with this
Are they
case,
connected
but
to her
surely
back?
history
Jean's sleeves also don't make any sense, because Jean's sleeves don't connect to anything. They're just on her, like, biceps.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing
They're just
girls
bandages at
deserves
that
some
point.
sort of explanation.
Yeah, her sleeves are really weird. I see that here, though, they're connected to something in the back. Jean's sleeves don't make any sense.
I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
She's just like, please don't. I love their dynamic. He's excitable and verbose, and she's just like, no, I'd rather not.
Hey, we're almost there. Look.
This looks a lot like Season 2 of One Punch Man. except with water instead of a barren, desolate area after City Z was destroyed. It also kind of looks like Zora's domain from Zelda. Avatar: The Way of Water. This is a prequel to the 2011 hit movie Avatar, directed by James Cameron.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Hyman hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Or did the film Avatar? They did not actually go to another planet. Wow, really?
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all.
I would have thought they did, with how Avatar was, at the time, the most expensive film to ever be made. It, and I think Avatar 2 is now the most expensive film to ever be made. Okay. Before they yank me off into it, oh, well, it's a cutscene. I was gonna say, the next time I get some agency, I'm gonna go check Lynette's bio so I can figure out if she's a cat's clan or not. Because that's really been bugging me. Avatar 2 is okay at best. The sequel to the hit movie, Avatar. There was also that movie back in like 2018 called The Shape of Water, right? That romance movie about the fish man, right? Okay, now that I actually have some agency, let's go check about Lynette. Story. Da-da-da-da.
During our shows, I'm usually Linny's assistant. Because I never. If you explain a magic trick, animals can also express their feelings. If you listen carefully, you can tell what state they are in. For a kitty, meow means they are much happier than and in that situation, you can pet them as much as you want.
Better say it in the movie title English at all. I think it was called The Shape of Water. That was really funny.
Making tea look simple on the
This is a
surface,
really
they
funny
also
voice line.
express their feelings. If you listen carefully, you can tell what state they are in. For a kitty, meow means they are much happier than and in that situation, you can pet them as much as you want, and they won't run away.
Interesting. So,
Seems Linny is saying some strange things again. It's really worrying. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Linny's magic.
I guess she's a cat's clan. The title is Good Day. No, we're done. That'd be really funny. I guess she is a cat's clan. I'm gonna assume she's a cat's clan. Seeing as she has the ears and the tail, I'm gonna assume she's a cat's clan. Voice line, not way line. That did autocorrect do you in? I'm gonna assume she's a cat's clan. It doesn't say. No, I'm just dumb. Oh. It doesn't say that she's a cat's clan. But I assume she's a cat's clan, like Diona. Does Diona have anything about being a cat's clan?
My ears and tail are no prop, they're real. Proof of my cat's line bloodline.
Oh, cat's line.
Delivered to
Yeah.
you 'cause you
So I thought, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Lynette is a part of the cat's line. I don't know. I don't know if that's like a Mondstadt exclusive thing. Because of course, like, well, actually, Yaya doesn't have a tail. She kind of has ears. But she's not a cat's clan or cat's line. She's just a yokai, which is different than Yanfei having antlers and you can't see, she's moved her arms so you can't see them. Scales, because I get psychosis from they did the cat's line pronunciation. Oh, like when we had the summer event and Fischl was talking about the Immer Nachterreich. Wait, I got something for you. I,
Fischl, Prinzessin der Verhurtelung, descend upon this land by the call of fate and... Oh, you are also a traveler from another world? Very well. I grant you permission to travel with me.
She means nice to meet you.
Me? Remember thou this, that I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verurtelung, sovereign of the Immernachreich, omniscient and...
oh, she actually said Immer Nachterreich there. The Ertelung.
She's an investigator for
Very
the
Ertelung.
Guild.
That is but one of my many royal engagements.
I think in the event they said Immer Nachterreich. She says Reich there. I think she said Reich in the event. That's what I remember at least. Good old Fischl. No, I think Lynette's a cat's line. I assume. I'm gonna assume she's a cat's line. And that it's not a prop. Verertelung. Verertelung. And she's like... She really put a lot of syllables into there. But, for example, Kirara is not a cat's line. Even though she... Actually, I don't think she has the ear. She just has the tail. She doesn't have the ears because she's just a tamamo? A nine-tailed fox. But she only has 2 tails now, because she's still a young nine-tailed fox. Eventually she'll have 9 tails. Right now she only has 2. Yeah. So I think Lynette is a cat's line. I don't know, Tignari's not a cat's line either. He's a fennec fox. And I have no idea what Goro is supposed to be. Just means cute cat or kitty. Oh, you'll love some of the names here. Over here. The Palace of Alcalugazore. Which I think translated means the Palace of Palace. Genshin loves stuff like that. There's a dude named Saravik. His name is just Saravik. Genshin loves stuff like that. The Palace of Palace. The dude's name is just Saravik. They love doing things like that. It sounds like Hungarian. It does, doesn't it? Genshin has some questionable pronunciations at times. Like Tignari being pronounced Tainari. And Focalors previously being pronounced Focalors. Mag, y'all, I'm not even gonna try. Is Hungary and Hungarian? Interesting. Interesting. Most of the... Well, no. I'm gonna say a lot of languages have similar sounding, like the name of their country in that language sounds similar to the pronunciation in English. But that really only applies to, like, Western European countries, when I'm thinking about it. And when you think about it, really, it's just, like, a couple of them. Like, and I guess some of them are, like, similar to cognates. But, like, Spain being España, and Mexico being Mexico, and obviously England just being England, because it's in English. But, like, Deutschland and everything like that. Being Germany. It's just really interesting. Austria is Österreich. See, that's similar. And I guess it depends, right? Because Japan has... You've got, like, Nihon, and then you've got, like, Ippon for, like, ye olde Japan, where they were like, let's start localizing all the language or all the different countries And then they got to England, and they're like, let's come up with the most convoluted way to say England in Japanese, because we're basing it off of an old name for England that isn't used anymore and is now archaic. And has since been replaced in common speech, I believe, but is still maybe used officially. See, the Serbia one even looks like a cognate. It's great that Mexico in Spanish is literally just Mexico, but you have the accent mark on the E. It's the E, right? Or is it the I? I don't remember. But it's great that it visually looks pretty much the same. We've now arrived in this new area. I'm gonna grab this viewpoint. Let's see what cinematic thing we'll get here. This looks a lot like something in Overwatch, if I'm being completely honest. Croatia is Hrvatska. Didn't ask me where Croatia is derived from that. Probably at some point somebody heard whatever Croatia sounded like, and then decided, Croatia sounds similar enough. That's most of them, right?
Take it easy.
And then you just get some things where you localize things, or you romanize things with different romanizations, and they just do not make any sense. Or you end up with several different versions of the same language and how you would change it into English. I love that nobody can decide on a consistent way to localize Korean into English, because you end up with things spelled completely differently. You end up with Unis being spelled U-N-N-I-E, U-N-N-I, and E-O-N-N-I, and E-O-N-N-I-E. Austria comes from Latin. Best bet is that Croatia also comes from Latin somehow. That'd probably be a good bet. Where is this statue? It's probably somewhere really high up that I can't get to from out here, so I don't even know why I'm trying to climb up there. Alright, Yalan. Oh no. Okay, now it's time to test whether they've... Crucially, nope, it's still not... And there we go, everybody. Genshin Impact's amazing climbing mechanics. Amazing climbing mechanics. See that 2-inch ledge that she could mantle over if she was a real person, or literally any other game that had climbing? Nah, not here. In Germany, French is Allemande. I don't know. It could also be, some of these could be derived from what different... Look at my man. Some of them could be derived from what these specific groups of people were called in the past. This place looks very nice. These bushes look extraordinarily low res for some reason, and it bugs me. But some of them could come from what the residents used to be called. Fun fact, America, North and South America, were named after Amerigo Vespucci, who was an explorer who wrote letters about the Americas, although he never was present in the Western Hemisphere. There was a different explorer who actually discovered the Americas. Can? No, I don't. I don't use Instagram. How am I supposed to get up here? Is this the... Oh, it's a hotel. Like Hotel Goth? I'm gonna keep trying to get up here. I'm gonna try my best to keep mantling over these tiny gaps, because the game just doesn't want to let me have fun. Like, look at that. It won't even let you climb... One day they'll make that not be a thing in Genshin, and until then, I will continue to make fun of it because it's dumb and doesn't make any sense. We'll have to climb up this instead. Here we go. Will I be able to make it? Probably not. I probably could have put together an actual team consisting of like Kazuha, Venti, Zhongli, and like... Well, I guess Yelan would still work for traveling. I was gonna say either Yelan or Ayaka. Cool. Now we'll just sit here and wait. Okay, there we go. Back up. Back up. I'm gonna try... Well, they're about the same height. I think it'll be good if I climb up all the way here. I can't wait for the statue to definitely be inside of something. And then just not be able to get to it. Is the statue in here? Oh, this is where we just were. Oh, I see it. That's a kind of a weird spot. I also don't think I'm on the right side. Let's try climbing up here. I could try climbing over the other side. The thing I'm worried about is what I'm worried about right here. Yeah, I'm worried about overhangs. Okay, I think we can do it. I think we can climb up the side, get to that pillar, then climb on top of the pillar. Oh, that actually didn't do it. Oh, cool. Cool. They were too high up, so they didn't actually freeze anything. Let's see if I can stand here. I can. Okay. I did this just a few minutes and it's comedy gold. Alright. Yeah, we'll climb up here. Then... we'll climb on here. Now... we can climb up here. Oh look, a world quest. How convenient. I'm not gonna start that. Da-da-da-dun. Oh, there's a tower I'm missing. That's a lot of waypoints. Oh, it even says, World Quest available. Leave. Anyway. We need to go where Lonnie is, and Lonnie is in fact down there, so... Oh, that's interesting. Different stamina bar. What happens if this drains? They said that you won't die if you end up using all of your stamina. Because it's like special water power while you're in Fontaine. What happens if you run out? Oh, absolutely nothing. You just can't sprint anymore. Oh, fascinating. The power of water is to take any shape. This look... Oh, you know what this really looks like? This looks like that first city in the Empire in Bravely Second. Not Bravely Default 2, that's a different game. Bravely Second. The sequel to Bravely Default. Bravely Default 2 is the third game, because that makes sense.
Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
He looks like Gladion from Pokemon.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now.
Controlling fire or controlling water?
I suppose that can't be helped.
What would be cooler? Well, obviously fire, or obviously water, because fire is hot.
Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a
Thanks.
driver as a brother, Vinny.
What a talented family. A Celovija. Like in Xenoblade Chronicles 2?
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to
Fremine.
tell me?
They say his name so fast. He sounds like Jiminy. Jiminy Cricket. Fremine Cricket. Oh, they're not even gonna tell us. They're straight up just cutting the audio. It must be important to the plot.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets.
If you could control
Were
fire,
you
you could
able to
literally
get
create
any?
energy out of nothing, like thermodynamics and dying stuff. Water's like you make someone pee or something. I guess it depends on like what is it. Can I create water? Like what does it
I went
mean?
driving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give
I
them
can
to
create
you.
water. Or is it creating fire? Or is it just like manipulating like where it goes?
All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
Wow, look at that. Oh, it's raining. You can hardly tell. I can hardly see it on the screen.
Looks like rain.
Oh, thanks, Lynette.
You're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny?
I don't know. My knowledge on this topic is from Lego Ninjago. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I guess there's a reason why they never had a water ninja, huh? They got ice, earth, lightning, fire, and then Lloyd, and he was like, "I'm the green ninja. I can do it all, baby." And then whatever it is Nia ended up doing.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe.
She's the samurai. She has a big suit. Oh yeah, she does have that big suit.
A dragon of water once resided in Fontaine.
They also made that giant like super vehicle thing. That very large like Voltron-esque thing that was like it's like a weird ground vehicle, but it also has a thing that can fly in the back of it. It can detach in the junkyard. The other guys have like dragons and stuff. Did they get the dragons back?
I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs.
How many seasons? Did they have 4 seasons of Ninjago? They had the first one with Garmadon, the first original series. Then they had the second one with the Green Ninja, and they like didn't have their weapons anymore, and they like all fused into one, and they couldn't control their powers. And then they had the one where like they were fighting the androids, and I think that was after they had the one where they were fighting the weird like shadow monster things on the island.
Hydro Dragon.
And then eventually they had like the spinning, like they had the elemental blade thing, right? Where they were like flying in the air and stuff. I don't know. Hydro Dragon? We already know who the Hydro Dragon is. It's Kokomi.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual.
Yeah, but isn't the bishop supposed to be Kokomi? Isn't she supposed to be Inazuma's bishop, and she's Hydro? So we have 2 Hydro bishops? Or 2 Hydro Dragons?
Hydro dragon, don't cry!
Rain, rain, go away? You need to get out a parasol. Ninjago went on forever. Had the androids, the ghosts, and the other snakes. Oh yeah, the snakes! I completely forgot about the snakes. The snake tribes in Pythor. And Lloyd and everything like that. I completely forgot that that was even a thing. I don't even want to remember that.
Legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers. It rained for longer than I suspected.
I still have those cards. I want to battle someone someday. I remember I had a bunch of cards, and I left them in a travel bag one time, and they got put through in the washing machines. They all got like messed up. I remember that.
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last Aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just
That was a
like the
long
others,
time
the
ago.
island
You
is
monster.
raised.
Yeah,
I'll have
I think I thought I got
and
them all out,
the
and I guess they were just in another pocket. But they were all duplicate cards, I think, so. In 12,000 years, those will be worth a fortune. I still have the rest of them in my spinners, all in like little, like, plastic
What is
containers.
it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I
My favorite one is by far the,
materials for the magic pockets. Is that it?
the Master Wu one. The original Master Wu one, where they were just like sort of round discs, back before they had the things where you put them on the bottom, and you could attach like the blades and stuff to them that would come out when they spun. Those were nice because they were way more durable. They made them out of a way better material. Didn't worry about them getting dinged up.
I'm afraid that Fremine can.
And then they had the ones where like they went up in the air.
And the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little.
And that's when I think it really started going downhill in terms of like playable toys. Because then the cards turned into weird things of like, it's whoever's spinner touches the ground first that loses. Where you used to have like the boards and everything. Arm down with the forearms, so jealous at the time. Oh, the airship thing. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. The big one. You know what else they had that like never went anywhere? Chima. Chima. That didn't work nearly as well. It was way easier to play, in my opinion. But just because of how they had the ripcords. But Chima was a fever dream. It was so wild. I have the game on the 3DS. I remember I never watched the show, but I played it on 3DS. Oh, I remember it being so scuffed, like all the Lego games. I can picture it now. The low-res graphics. The lack of telling you where you're supposed to go or what you're supposed to do. Classic Lego.
Oh, hello there.
She looks like Kafka.
Looking to buy.
It's the Kafka XP.
Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
She looks surprisingly like Kafka. I watched the show. It had a really weird swamp plant hypnosis plot. Yeah, I just know that Crueler kept hypnotizing Crawley to like make him evil and like not get along with whatever his name was, Leonidas or whatever.
No need. They've already
Or Leon, whatever his name was.
When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount.
It was a really weird, like...
But they insisted on paying
the one guy who had a crush on the crocodile girl? Oh, you mean like a real-life person. I thought you were talking about a character for a second. I don't remember the names at all. I just remember that her name is Crueler, spelled C-R-O-O-L-E-R, and his name is Crawley. Because they're the only ones who, like, have their names said, like, constantly. They always talk about Crueler and Crawley. I don't remember any of the other ones. I know there was the eagle lady, and there was the raven dude, and that was it. Oh, and the gorilla guy. There was gorilla dude, the main lion guy, the eagle lady, the raven dude, or I guess I don't know, the crow dude, whatever. And then Crawley and Crueler. The wolves were also around. Oh yeah, they had wolves, didn't they?
Use your hands when a machine can do the work. It would be a waste not to use the latest technology.
The game was actually kind of fire. The game was actually kind of fire.
Well, it's
like,
a little complicated.
Game was actually pretty cool, thinking about it. There's nothing that felt better than like getting your full stack of chi orbs and then just like going crazy. Be like, now I've got my buff mode and just going wild with all the attacks.
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself.
I never heard of any of the sets or the games, but the show was a special. I can imagine. You know what also was super cool? They had an online version. They had like a Lego Chima online, like a browser-based thing, and it was like Lego Universe. It was like they brought back Lego Universe, but it was just for Chima, and it was fire, and then they also canceled that. It was such a fun game as a child. Well, Nahida and Ventiboat said.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Yeah. At that point, I was luckily not allowed to use the internet, or better, we just didn't have it because it was not a thing.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that
The game
way
was pretty
before,
fun. I like the game a lot. It was really scuffed, though.
Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia.
Pneumosia? Pneumosia pneumonia?
It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
Oh, her name is Estelle. Like,
I thought I'd find you
the lady in that one thing I read.
Here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking,
What's her name? Estelle. Who is Estelle? I've gotta cycle through all the Rofan I've read. Philomel was no place for the fake princess. Raeliana is Raeliana at the Duke's palace. Isn't Estelle the what's it called? She's the blonde lady with the red eyes in what is it called? This is gonna bug me so much. What is this called? She's the main character in The Real Daughter Has Returned? Is it The Real Daughter Is Back? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, The Real Daughter Is Back. That's Estelle, right? Yeah. I think that's Estelle. And The Real Daughter Is Back. Let me check. Oh no, that's Helga. That's Helga Uhtred. Who's Estelle from? Who's Estelle from? If you want to search something on Google, don't formulate it like a sentence. We'd have computer classes. We all play Lego browser games all the time, and the teacher couldn't do anything. Ah, classic.
You again.
Oh, this is gonna bug me so much. Who's Estelle from? It's not What's Wrong with Being a Villainess, or Isn't Being a Wicked Woman Better? Because that's Veronica, right? It's not Raeliana. It's not Philomel.
I want 50% today. Wait, no? 70%.
I wish I could help you find a zero anime. I need to keep talking about this, and I need to summon Dawn. And just be like, Dawn, quick. Quick. Estelle. Let me just look this up. Estelle... Manhwa. Estelle... Castiello. One of the main protagonists of I Belong to House Castiello? No, that's not who I'm thinking of. Estelle Schubert? From A Knight to a Lady? Oh, that might be what I'm thinking of. I might be thinking of From a Knight to a Lady. Estelle. I might have to reread that. From a Knight to a Lady. I might have to pick that up again. I like that I look it up and there's a TikTok, and I'm 99% sure that's not her name. Yeah, because that's not Estelle. This is a Miss Not So Sidekick. I mean, I guess it could... You don't... you remember Lego Atlantis? Oh, that was awesome. The browser game they had for that? That's great. Let's see. Maybe it is from A Knight to a Lady. Maybe that is what I'm thinking of. I don't know if it doesn't sound familiar. It doesn't look familiar. It definitely isn't I Belong to House Castellio, because I've never read that. Maybe it is From a Knight to a Lady, and that's what I'm getting Estelle from. Penelope. No, that's Penelope Eckhart is from Death is the Only Ending for the Villainous. That's Penelope Eckhart. And then I think it's Veronica who is in What's Wrong with Being the Villainous. I think her name's Veronica. And then oh wait, is Estelle the name of the is she the name of the lady in the one that has the Eckhart. Yeah, the one with the art that was really good. Devious Daughter of the Duchy. Is that Estelle? Is her name Estelle? No, her name's Jewel. Right, her name's Jewel because it's a haha funny, like her name's Jewel. Because yeah. Who am I thinking of? Who's Estelle? This is gonna whatever. Anyway, They're here to collect their protection money.
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials.
Sounds like
Now's a good time to leave.
sounds like a usual case of someone owing somebody else money. We're gonna try and walk away, and then they're gonna be like, "Don't you leave." Oh, hey.
Go around trying to collect payments. Why don't you say
Hey, this man, where did he come from? Look up Eckhart Werner. There's a cartoon. Werner Ehard. There's Werner Ehard. And there's Aaron Eckhart, but that was in that was in oh, maybe this? No, I don't think this is that either. Please Google. Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. I see it. Where did this man come up from? Where did this man come from?
if Confreri of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get
That was
back into the
hilarious.
conversation?
He's back again. My man's here again. He's finally in the place where he belongs. The man who takes the power of water is to take any form, literally. My man makes swords out of water.
Ah, you're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
And then he's gonna be like, that's what she said too.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
Hey, child.
We're surprised to see you too.
He did something more devious with the water. He's like, hey, what if I made swords out of water? He also punches with a bow. He's just like, what if I made weapons out of water?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now.
I like how this lady's getting shaken down by, like, the mob. And Child's like, hey, we have some business as well. And then he's like, oh, hey, traveler, how are you doing, huh? They're, like, in the middle of, like, doing this whole, like, protection payment money, the business thing. And then he's like, oh, wait, hang on a second. Hey, how you been? Been a while, right?
But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
Please don't, child. I know that trouble follows us around, and I know that you love fighting people, but maybe not this time.
Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far, right, Traveler?
I don't mind a little excitement every now and again.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Child could take all these guys on with his eyes closed. He could wipe the floor with them. Dad called him adult or something. Okay, so the reasoning behind Child is that it's a weird translation bug. His name is actually Ajax? I think his name is Ajax. And his title is Tartaglia or Tartaglia. He's the 11th Fatui Harbinger, Tartaglia. That's his title, like his code name. Or is his code name Ajax? I don't know, something like that. I think his code name is Tartaglia, his real name is Ajax, and his title is Child. So, something like that. Let me check. It's really confusing. But what ended up happening was there was a translation error early on, and yeah, it just never... They just ran with it. Yeah, so his real name is Ajax. As a Harbinger, his name is Tartaglia, and his code name is Child. Yeah, so...
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
He was shaking these people down, and then was like, wait a second, I gotta go talk to my friend. And they're like, hey, we had some business. And he's like, no, hold on. Just wait over there. I'm gonna talk to them. French and good at fighting. I think there's a much worse bug here. He's, I think, well, technically, he's from Shneznaya, which I guess would make him, like, Russian.
You kidding? Aren't
but his name is Greek because he's called Ajax, and Tartaglia is Italian. So you know, who knows? Boy. He's from Chechnya. He's from Snezhnaya, which is spelled the same way you think it'd be spelled. Snezhnaya. I think it's Shnezaya. I think that's what it is. Snezhnaya. Yeah. I think it's Snezhnaya. Oh no, it's Snezhnaya. I was a little wrong. That's how it's spelled. Snezhnaya. I put the j in the wrong part. Snezhnaya.
I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
Oh, cool. Call back to Tusser. That's cool.
Hey, that's way over the line. All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now.
Please make him a trial character. No clue how romanization of Russian works. I don't know either.
At least let me finish one sentence. Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients.
Please make this either a cutscene or an actual fight where I get to use him in battle. I'd be so happy.
You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Go ahead. They're all yours.
I'm sure this won't take long.
Please be a cutscene. This is gonna be so... Please be a cutscene. I beg. Oh, no. Okay, well... Time to body these guys. There we go. Two characters represent one in Cyrillic. Oh, you're exactly right, Sherwand. He's Tartaglia, one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make
Like,
sure you
would be...
understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank.
What do you call that?
Got it?
The little half circle on top of a letter. Like how you have enyes and umlauts and stuff like that. Is there a name for when you just put the thing over? Oh. There he goes. Oh, his... Oh, wait. Is it because he's in Fontaine? Was that Furina?
Now's my chance.
A hat shuck? Ooh, that's cool. The more you know. Truand, I wouldn't do that if I were you. He might not be able to, use his vision anymore, so he might not have his water powers, but he does have a Fatui illusion, and he has a special transformation called Foul Abyss, the Devouring Deep. So, also, my man trained in a pit of monsters deep underground when he was like 12. He just fell in there. And yeah, so you feeling okay, my guy?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I need
10 out of 10 would smash.
Maybe there's something
Child's
wrong with
great.
my vision?
Child's great.
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Not the first time we've had problems with visions. The Raiden Shogun snatched people's visions during the Vision Hunt decree, but this is definitely the first time that somebody has suddenly not been able to use their powers.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
I like we have two different answers. I don't have a vision, so don't ask me, because the Traveler can use elemental powers without a vision. And you better not use your delusion too often. I'm gonna go with this one. Because as much as Child is kind of aggy sometimes, and as much as he's part of the Fatui, and they're causing all sorts of problems, he's kind of cool. So I don't want him to, like, end up becoming super old really fast and then dying because he used his delusion too much.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see it's work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I mean, we kind of like murked Senora, and then Scaramouche went missing, and then Dotor had to like delete all of his like alternate reality clones. So
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
sounds like burnout.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
You have any idea where it came from? If it's not your vision, and it's not your delusion, and it's not foul legacy, that rules out a lot of possible suspects. It's not a vision. It's not the delusion. It's not the abyss.
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was
Oh, he was 14.
I fell into some unknown abyss.
He's never mentioned it to us. He's mentioned it's in his character bio, which is why I know about it. But yeah, when he was 14, he just fell in a hole in the ground and wound up in the abyss and met some dude. How old is he now? I think he's in his 20s. I don't know. None of the characters have hard ages. I don't believe anyway. Except for maybe Amber. Amber might have a she might have a set age. I don't remember, but Child's, let's see. Is there any estimate on how old he is? Yeah. Estimated between 17 and 24. That sounds about right. I'd say he's probably closer to 24. This guy older than me, he looks so young. He's got that anime face.
It was during that time I learned
I think him being 17 would be very unlikely.
the one who took me under her wing.
Because he's got like 6 siblings. And Tuser's like 10. So I feel like it's a lot. And most of them are younger siblings. So I feel like he's closer to 20-ish. I think he's definitely the youngest Harbinger, though. Which doesn't mean a lot. But I'd say he's probably somewhere around his 20s. Yeah, Shirk. Oh. Oh, Skirk. Skirk was a lady? I thought Skirk was a dude. Okay,
She was
well.
always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through. And she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques.
Could she be one of the witches?
One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice.
Not everyone asked for a license. Oh no.
In the wake of her answer, it was
Getting carded. The most annoying thing that can happen, but also a great, like, oh, you don't look as old as you're supposed to be.
because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
So it could be something related to the Abyss. Because Foul Legacy is something that he got from the Abyss. It's separate from his Electro Delusion.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had
I'll
just
go fight
fallen
Child
into the
after
abyss.
the story quest is over, so you can see all of his different phases. It'll go through all the cutscenes again, which will look really cool.
In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
The Monoceros Kaylee?
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
This meme of this one guy where he's asked for a license and pulls back his cap is completely bald. It's like, look,
That's just an
look,
abstract form of a whale that I
I've
created
lost
using
my hair.
elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll
I
never
wonder if
forget
it's the Monoceros Kaylee, because that's what his constellation is, and it's a whale.
The whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
Power inside of you connected to your instant in the Abyss. I assume it's something related to the Abyss.
So why don't
He's the only one that we've seen so far who was able to use abyssal magic that isn't an Abyss mage. Or like someone from Conria.
You make it sound sound so easy.
One guy who's 22 or 23 and is already getting gray hair. Some people just get gray hair early on.
Searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
Sometimes it just happens. Some people just lose the color in their hair.
But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
I know he talked about how he was young when he became a harbinger, but I still feel like he's in his 20s, as opposed to being 17. Because 17 would make him younger than Amber. It'd make him younger than Amber, it'd make him younger than Jean. And it would put him in a similar age to Fischl and, it would put him into a similar age as like Fischl and Bennett and people, and Barbara, which I think would be really weird.
Yeah, I'm out of
It'd also make him like younger than Diluc and Child, or Diluc and Kaya, which would be really weird as well.
In this world tend to be elusive like that.
Like, I can imagine that Diluc and Kaya are both in their mid-20s, but Child being significantly younger than them would be really weird, if I'm being honest.
I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
This also means absolutely nothing, because ages in this game are so vague. Venti's, like, at least, like, 700. Zhongli's probably older. The Traveler is at least 500 years old. He's not called Child for nothing.
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist.
Wow.
The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point.
Sounds like something that's perfect for you, right, Child? Sounds like something you'd love.
So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial.
Like Romeo and Juliet. I bite my thumb at thee.
And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
So, do many people actually get out of their trial?
I don't even want to look at the time. Well, it's been an hour since you mentioned the time last.
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor.
I'm getting up tomorrow anyway.
Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
I knew it. He just wanted to fight him.
Today, Clorinde is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Oh, Clorinde and Child. What a pairing. What a duo. That's gonna be so great.
Well, that's Child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
But the Hydro Archon. The Hydro Archon.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Is it money? Oh.
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel.
Talked so nicely in this stream.
I think I'll be better off without it for now.
Interesting. So this is presuming that Child doesn't suffer any ill effects from this. This is more evidence that you don't need to keep your vision once you receive one. There were a lot of people that suffered ill effects in Inazuma because their visions were forcibly taken. But as Child appears to be demonstrating now, and as that fisherman demonstrated in Liyue, you can voluntarily give up your vision with no ill after effects.
Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
It's always nice having Child like in the story and on our side because I know just how absolutely busted he is in terms of like power in game and like in lore. So it's always great when he's on our side because then I'm always like, well, if we ever get in any problems and we're fighting somebody, at least we got Child. At least we have the man himself. There were a lot of jokes when we beat Senora that we beat a higher ranked Harbinger than Child, so we're like, oh, look at us, we beat a... I don't think I have the comic, but... it's pretty funny. Okay, cool. Oh, well, it seems like I'm not gonna have any agency. Straight into a cutscene? Yep, straight into a cutscene. Don't blurt it out. That actually sounds... Wait. That actually sounds just like an actual musical I saw one... Or, yeah, an actual musical I saw one time. How late is it for me? It's not that late at all. Closing in on around dinner time. This actually sounds a lot like a musical I actually have seen before. I don't remember the name of it, but that actually sounds a lot like it. Oh, it's a book. It wasn't a play. Okay.
So exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Oh, sorry about that.
Clearly, Lumine has never experienced the joy that's rereading old mystery books. Sherlock Holmes series, BBC is also Psychosis. There was a really wild one with Robert Downey Jr. There was a really wild movie back in like 2012, I think it was. That one was weird. The one where he starts like playing music and spinning things around. And he's, oh look, a music disc. Okay. The Navia line. Oh, that's pretty funny considering there's a character called Navia. Okay, so I'm gonna go get this waypoint real quick. Why were old things so weird in memory? Maybe that was just the style. I'm gonna go get this teleport waypoint real quick. And then I'm going to go fight Scaramouche and go fight... I have just enough resin to go fight Scaramouche and claim rewards. So I'll go fight Scaramouche and I'll show you the scene where Lumine gets crushed under a bunch of rubble and then knocks it over like it's no big deal. Let's see. Who do I want to bring? Lego Atlantis, the real Atlantis movie, or the sequels? No, I don't remember the Atlantis movies. Okay, let's bring you.
Don't tell me they did it again.
This is Kuki, and she, to me, seems like a Valorant character, and I think it's because of her knife. She just looks like a Valorant character to me. I think this will be okay. Only having Nahida is going to be kind of annoying. But, I don't really have anybody else that I want to... I mean, I guess I could bring, like, Amber or something just for that one phase. But it seems like kind of a waste. The original one was just finding Atlantis, but the sequel had a whole thing where they had to 1v1 Zeus or something. That sounds really crazy. Hopefully I can get through this quickly, get to the cutscene. There we go. And then she's just like, da-dung, let me just knock that over. And then he's just like, Voltron, assemble! My man out here. Looking like the Defenders of the Universe. And now we do the most boring part about this boss fight, which is just stand here and try not to get hit by his attacks, because that's all we can do. That's why I'm running around as Yulon, because she has a movement skill and also has the most HP. The green floater just shooting. I don't remember what the actual name for it. It's some sort of like dream, like Paranana thing or something. That the way this fight goes down in the story is that Nahida uses her power as the god of wisdom to simulate all the possible ways we could possibly fight him in order to determine the best way to achieve victory. Because what's happening is that Scaramouche has developed a machine that essentially allows him to become a synthetic god. And so Nahida used her power of wisdom, like as the god of wisdom, to come up with a counter strategy. And that was this thing that's like shooting like Irminsul's, I don't know, it's some weird like thing connected to Irminsul. She brute forces the fight. Yeah, she does like a Doctor Strange Infinity War thing where she looks at like all the possible outcomes and then she comes up with like a strategy to defeat him. It's a slightly more complicated than that, because then Scaramouche tries to kill himself by erasing him from existence by going into like the records of the world and rewriting history so he never exists. So yeah. It's crazy. The most inefficient strategy to exist. I mean, she can do it all instantly, Doctor Strange style. But the Sumeru Archon quest got really weird towards the end. It got really complicated at the end. All according to Keikaku. We were like hopping inside people's dreams and we were like playing 5-dimensional chess where we were like 20 steps ahead of everybody else. Okay. Now, I'll claim these rewards. What do we get? Oh, cool. We actually got a jewel. We didn't get any dust, but if you put some thought of it, he could rule out a lot of possibilities pre-processing. I guess so. It was really weird because what ended up happening in the actual story quest is you fight him, and then you find out that once you beat him, you've actually been fighting in a simulation the entire time, and then you actually go and fight him for real. It was really weird. Anyway, this is the child boss fight. I'm going to use a different team because I don't want to defeat him that quickly, so I'm going to use a weaker team. How about we use... Actually, here's what we'll do. I'll change some artifacts in Ningguang. Oh, no, she's fine like that. Ending a story, and then he woke up. Yeah. We'll fight him with Ningguang. Excuse me. Let's see. We probably want Ningguang and... Let's do Fischl, Zhongli, and Yilan.
Don't disappoint me.
This should make it fun and exciting.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Okay. Change in plans. I'm not going to use Yilan because she's going to do way too much damage.
Cowering already? You've made some progress. Not bad. You've got a trick or two.
Don't waste my time.
Nope. You got sucked there. That was rude.
Give up.
I eventually want to get my burst up so I can use Ningguang's burst, because it looks really cool. There we go. Oh. This cutscene always likes to lag, too, which is kind of weird.
Your strength is praiseworthy. I too shall use all of mine. So, don't you dare disappoint me. Foul legacy, the devouring deep.
It's really late. I need to go to bed. Look at it's just child going crazy. Good night. Good night, Rodo. This is exactly why Child was in absolutely no danger when his vision suddenly stopped working. He has his electro delusion, and even if that doesn't work, he has this thing that he can do. So he's never in any danger. I need to get just a tiny sliver of energy. Ah, there we go. Let me run through here, and that was not good.
Don't waste my time.
Man, he really is doing a lot of damage. Also, Ningguang has, like, garbage defense and everything. But alright, now we'll leave. I forgot how long Archon quests were, especially the beginnings of Archon quests, especially when I'd waste a bunch of time not doing the Archon quest. But meeting Child seemed like a good point to stop. Because now, we're going to somewhere, I guess. Seems like a good place to stop. And pick this up again some other time. Seeing as I'm in no rush to get to stuff in Fontaine, or anything like that.
I'll take point.
But, I will say... Oh, we can do this now. Cool. Cool. We can do our 10 pull. What will we get? What will we get? Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Hopefully it's Lynette Constellation. Ravenbow. Magic Guide. Black Castle. Sharpshooter. Cool Steel. Skyrider. And a Bennett Constellation. How unlucky. And a Black Castle. And Magic Guide. And Thrilling Tales. How unlucky. How unlucky. As expected of Bennett. Who's in the shop? They haven't updated these, have they? No. Buy another one. We can do another 10 pull. What will we get? Hopefully Lynette, because like I said, the other 4 stars I have at C6. Harbinger, Bloodstained, Skyrider. Ferris? Yeah, Ferris. Thrilling Tales? Thrilling Tales. Ooh, Bennett. Again. Oh, Lion's Roar. RIP. Skyrider, and this should be the last one. Sharpshooter? Yeah, Sharpshooter. Oh, one more. Debate Club. Bruh. 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 They really said, here's another Bennett, and another Dragon's Roar. Another. Or Lion's Roar. Dragon's Bane. Look at these Lion's Roars. So many of them. And these Dragon Banes. And the best part is, Kutching already has an R5 copy. Yeah, here's Kutching with her R5 Dragon's Bane, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I've gotten 13 so far. Got 7 here, and there's an R5 one that Yao Yao has, so that's 12. No Favonius bows, though. Got all these Favonius greatswords, got all these bells, all these other things. I actually did get another Favonius lance, and I actually thought about refining it into one of my existing lances, because I have the one at R3, and I have the one at R1. But I actually determined it's probably better just to keep it at R1 and just level up another copy, because I desperately need Favonius lances. Anyway. Where's Child? Here he is. Is he using... He's using... Oh, he is using End of the Line. What is he using? Oh, he's using Nymph's Dream and Gladiator. I was wondering. Because he actually has stats if he uses this. He doesn't have ER, but he has actual other stats. The reason why he doesn't have Heart of Depth is because Beto is using it. So I think I might eventually farm Nymph's Stream for him. But I do want to use him. He's cool. But for now, I just use him on his own. I have Viridescent Hunt, arguably his best free-to-play weapon. Or not free-to-play, but his best 4-star weapon. Except maybe Stringless in a nuke team. Let's put Child in the team. Let's make a Child team. This is the team. And even though he doesn't really have gear, he still works surprisingly well to farm domains, especially Emblem. He works very well. But you know, his talents are leveled up, so I feel like I should use him. Let's go through and start strongboxing Pale Flame. HP Goblet. I'll keep that just in case. Because... well, it's a goblet, so maybe I won't. I'm gonna keep this just in case. I don't remember what I have and don't have for Child, which is why I'm keeping some of these. Actually. My throat's starting to get a bit sore from all this talking, and I have run out of water, so I will be right back. Is it looping? Is it muted? It is looping. Okay, I was gonna say, it'd be really funny if I came back and I found out that the Be Right Back music was in fact muted because I was playing other music through it, and this entire time there's just been a silent stream. That'd be really funny. It wouldn't actually be funny, but that's what I was thinking. All of these, which we can kind of get rid of. All these, which I have to be super strict for in terms of getting upgrades. $39, all in the Pale Flame. Yes, I would like to do that. I'm really hoping for anything that's not a feather could be an upgrade. Because the feather is going to be really hard to upgrade. It has attack percent, crit, and ER. So we're going to go for those first. This could theoretically be better, but it's probably going to roll worse. The next thing that we could probably upgrade the least would be the flower with a high attack weapon. This could be good as well. Then the sands would be the next hardest to upgrade. And then the goblet. Ooh, I'll keep this just because it's pyro. Dendro. Healing bonus with double crit, rip, and healing bonus. Okay. Well, let's go through these again. I'll keep this because it's EM main stat. You never know. Never know when it might be useful. This is double crit. I'll keep it just as an off piece potentially. Ooh, I'll keep this as an off piece potentially. And another 39 going to the Pale Flame Strongbox. Check out the feathers first. As expected. Check the flowers first, or next. This could be good, potentially. And then the sands. And then the goblets. And then the masks. The masks have the least variancy, so maybe I should be checking those first. But look at all these. Look at all these flowers I end up getting. All these 1 crit attack ER flowers. Another 13. Check the feathers first. Then check the flowers. Then check the sands. And then check the mask. And now, all of these are going to be bad, because I checked them all when they come out of the domain. Check the flower or the feather first. Then we check the flowers. Then we check the sands. And then we check the goblets. And then we check the masks. Do that again. First we check the feathers. And then we check this. Then we check the sands. Then we check the goblets. Then we check the masks. Keep this just in case. If it has a crit, if it's a crit circlet, I'm gonna save it just in case. Let's keep this just in case. That's an ER Sands. And then, does this put us at a nice? Yeah, it does. These are the last ones. We'll go through in 11. First, check the feathers. Then check the flowers. Then check the sands. Then check the goblet. See, look at this. Death, though. And then check this. Cool. And then, all these back through the cycle. And then all these again. And dun-dun-dun-dun. Those 2 flowers will be used to roll the other existing artifacts. Pale Flame. This one has a higher chance of being bad first, so we'll just roll this here. and it was in fact bad. So now we will roll that, unlock it. This one is probably also, yeah, EM. I saved that just in case it keeps rolling EM. We'll roll this again. Cool. That's a maximum crit damage roll as well. So now we go here. Not roll well. It would have had to roll extremely well in order to replace the existing feather. So we will undo that. And then I don't think we got any new. We can roll this. It has attack percent. We're going to lose ER. But if it rolls crit rate and rolls high crit rate, then I could potentially change it. It changed. It rolled energy recharge. It's not what we wanted. So now we go back over here. And why don't we just YOLO roll this all the way to 20? It's not like I really lose anything out of doing it. So I might as well just YOLO roll this straight to 20 and just see what happens. And YOLO roll! Dang. Dang, 2 rolls into crit rate, and then the remaining 2 were into attack. So that would be replacing this flower, or potentially this. This actually, I think this is still insanely high CV. That's what, 41? 42? But this, combined with a low base attack like Red Horn. There we go. 68.4 as opposed to 68.8. But 252, so there's something. Because we were comparing, we lose 0.4 crit rate, and 1.7% attack, but we gain 7.8 crit damage. So that's a minor upgrade when using Redhorn, 921, as opposed to, I believe it's around 940 with this, 937, because we actually had a change here with this mask. The difference, though, is our defense is 1054, whereas here it's 1092. I don't think that's a big enough difference to make a noticeable change with Redhorn's passive ability of increasing normal and charge attack damage by defense. Of course, using Akumaru, we actually get a slightly better, it's slightly worse. The crit ratio is worse than with the crit flower, the all crit flower. 66,184 as opposed to 66,164, so we're losing out on 20 crit damage, and the attack goes up by about 200. If we switch over here, oh, it's about 150. So in that regard, when using Akumaru, it's not as good. However, when using Redhorn, I believe it performs much better, as we still have more green attack than base attack, and it's a higher crit ratio with only a 0.4 decrease in crit rate, and only a, what is that, 43 point difference in defense. So there's a slight upgrade there. We also could strongbox, Heart of Depth, but I don't think I will. We can also strongbox Emblem now, which is cool, and Husk. So if I want more Noelle pieces, I can go for more, I can strongbox Husk. In the meantime, though, as I am quite happy with my Severed Fate pieces, they could be better, and I'm quite happy with my Shiminawa pieces on Yoimiya, although they could also be better as well. I think for the meantime, I will be farming pieces for Eula and continuing to strongbox all of the bad ones. I could now also, now that the problem is I was going to farm this for Child, The problem is, Nilo got her artifacts so fast that I hardly had any time to farm them for child. So, there's that. I'll keep that as an off-piece, potentially for Noelle, if she can ever get another off-piece. Although, right now, her current off-piece... Ooh! Crit rate, HP, ER, and DM. Right now, her current off-piece is the absolutely goated Bloodstained mask I have, which is almost everything you want. It's almost everything you want. The only thing that could be better would be more crit damage rolls and that HP being ER instead. That'd be just about it. But in terms of child, what am I missing? I'm also kind of upset that there's no, like, sort like this in Star Rail. The fact that you can't sort your relics by set is very annoying. So we have this. I have an attack one. I do have this 4-star Hydra one. But I do not have an attack sans for him. Let's roll these, see how they come out. It rolled attack. I don't think that's better than this. I'm gonna keep it just in case. Because it's so close to 8 that I'll roll it to 8 and then see what it rolls. This rolled EM. This really needs to roll crit rate. So I'll roll this again. If it rolls crit damage and ends up getting really crazy, I might keep it. But since I'm gonna be trying to use a crit damage, it did not. It rolled HP instead. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna can both of these. Although I'll roll this one more time. If it goes into crit damage, I'll roll it to 12. If this goes into crit damage, I'll roll it one more time. Well, if it goes into ER, I'm definitely gonna re-roll it or roll it again. It went into crit damage, so I'm definitely gonna roll this again. See if it goes into... It's gonna be +5. Okay, that's too much. I don't want to roll it to 13. I want to roll it just to the bare minimum of 12. If it rolls into ER, I might consider using this one. Or if it rolls crit damage again. It did not. It rolled EM. It has 2 more rolls. I'll hold on to it for now. This seems to be going pretty well. That's kind of bad. That's just a stat level up. I'll roll this for fun. It rolled defense %. Okay. Well, if it rolls crit rate, it'll be cool. It rolled attack %. That's the next best thing. I'm really hoping for crit rate on this one. If you can't tell, what I'm gonna be doing... It rolled the flat defense. I'm trying to get him a full nymph set, no matter how scuffed it is. It rolled defense %. Okay. It's also a significant decrease from his current stats. But now I'm just going to roll this one up more. It's got a 1 in 3 chance of being good. It went for attack %. And it rolled attack % again. I like that you can skip these, though. You can't skip it in Genshin. Makes it very sad. All these artifacts, all going to one man. Nice. He rolled crit rate. His ratio is gonna look so bad. Oh, that actually doesn't look that bad. He's got 68 crit rate. Oh, he could actually end up being workable. These could be workable stats. These could actually end up being workable stats. Never mind, never mind. I thought these were gonna be really bad. These could end up being usable. This could be a workable stat spread. I kind of want to keep this just because of the insane EM it rolled and the fact that it's crit rate. So I'll have to find something else that I don't want to keep. Got to keep this too because it's HP main stat. The crit damage and crit rate things. This rolled horribly. I'm gonna keep this in case I ever get a crit sword for cutching, like a Jade Cutter or something. Not that I think it's gonna be worth switching, but... And I'm gonna keep this too because it's a valuable Glad 2-piece set, even though that defense percent's kind of scary. Okay. Well, we'll just have to enhance this the old-fashioned way. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Wrong artifact. Where's his? It rolled attack percent. His attack is gonna be so high. His attack is gonna be so high. He's got all these attack percent rolls. I guess it'll help make up for the lower base attack on Very Distant Hunt. Although, End of the Line didn't have terribly high base attack as well. Oh, his defense keeps going up too. This is probably one of the worst circlets I've ever seen. To the point where the only reason I'm leveling it up is because it'll give him a 4-piece set, and in the future I'll be able to scrap it to another defense. I'll be able to scrap it into another better circlet if I get one. I can just dump it all in because no matter what it rolls, it will be an upgrade. No matter what the upgrade for this rolls, even if it has a dead stat, like even if it has a crit rate stat and it rolls into everything else, it'll still be better than whatever this is. I'm so glad he gets so much Hydro bonus from Ascending. He now looks like an actually built character. He has no ER though. He has absolutely no ER. He looks like an actually built character. Is he in my showcase? Is he in my character showcase? He's not. He's not. I gotta keep these 4 in because they're funny. Let's take out Kokomi and put Child in. Gotta keep the Luke in there as well for being scuffed. But now he's got like actual stats and no ER. So that's fun. This is also probably a pretty good team to grind this. Since you can vape but you don't apply pyro to yourself. Or don't apply hydro like Xingqiu does. Yelan probably also is pretty useful here. Seeing as she doesn't self-apply hydro. That's the problem with using Xingqiu here. Back when I was grinding here, I was using National Team with Kazuha. The OG National. So... But the reason why I don't level up the Skyward Blade, even though it makes sense so I don't have to keep switching, is because I like how it looks unascended, so I'm going to keep it unascended for now. You know what? Who cares about that? We really just need it for this. Well, bam! Oh, he actually got his energy back just from fighting. Wow. He actually got his energy back just from fighting. Let me cancel navigation on this. That's actually pretty impressive that he got his energy back just from that. Although, this refunds, doesn't one of his things refund energy? Yeah. So it's really only a 40 cost burst, because if you use it ranged, like you should at the start, he gets 20 energy back, so he only has a 40 cost burst. It would have been really cool if, Child got a cutscene fighting that last, those band of collectors. But putting him in having a trial character is pretty cool as well. The fact that he defeated them so quickly was kind of surprising, and kind of was like, oh, well, you don't really get a lot of chance to use him. I never noticed how mechanical his animations look. They're so quick and snappy. Compared to how, like, slow Bennett's are. Or, like, how flowy, like, Xiangling and Kasaha's are. He's got such, like, snappy bow animations. Ganyu's are really acrobatic. She's got a lot of, like... Ooh... kind of... I don't know how to describe it. But she spins around a lot. She does all sorts of spins. Let's get out bow characters. Bow. Bow. Who are some bow characters I don't use a lot? These ones. But like, look at Yanyu's. It's the way she like spins at that last. The way she goes like, whoom. Where's the one? There we go. It's after her normal 3. Yeah, that's what it was. She has a full animation that continues on with the thing. And then what's Kale's? Oh yeah, Kale's got a really cool... I like her last 2. She's bam bam and then she's like boomerang, boomerang. It looks really cool how they hit. That last boomerang too, the Sidewinder, that's a really cool one. Is it actually called... yeah, Floral Sidewinder. There we go. There's a reason why I have Sidewinder associated with Kale. Yeah, I like the way it goes out in an angle. Also, I've locked her in with these artifacts. I'm never going to change her gear, even if I get better gear. She's going to be locked like this. This bow is never getting upgraded because her attack says elite. It used to say 1, 2, 3, 4, and now it says elite. And I'm never changing it again. I'm going to keep Kale's artifacts exactly the same. I'm never going to change anything about her gear. Oh, his attack is noticeably lower without, the pyro resonance. I do have this, which I could snatch off of Yai. 62, 165. Doesn't make a difference. But no, I'd rather find a free attack stance that nobody's using, because I do have a lot of nice attack stands. Better yet, this could turn into something cool. But now he looks like he has actual gear. He looks like an actually built character. It used to be he just had talent levels, and that was it. But now, he's got a decent attack stat, he's got artifacts, he's got no constellations, but he's got levels, he's got an actual weapon. looking pretty good now. Hydro damage by 15%. They both have 1 4-star piece. In Ganyu's case, it's honestly because she still has very good crit damage, even with the 4-star circlet. So, I mean, Ayaka, obviously, she also is missing an artifact right now, if I remember correctly. And not that she's missing it, but Rosaria is using this one, right? Yeah. So with it, she's 32, 210. With a 5-star circlet, she'd probably be at around 225, which would be very similar to Ayaka's 230. On top of having more crit rate. So she, I think, has, with 32 crit rate, with Cryo Resonance and Blizzard Strayer, that gives her 100 crit rate, doesn't it? It's 40 for Blizzard Strayer. That's 72. And then Cryo Resonance is 15. So she has 87 crit rate. Yeah, 87 crit rate. That's pretty good against frozen enemies. Whereas Ayaka only has 63, almost 64. Isn't nearly as good. When you think about it, Ayaka's crit rate's actually kind of low. Although normally it's 12, so she has like 67 crit rate because she's using Skyward. Normally her crit rate's 12 instead of 8. But yeah, child. Him being in the event was another... Because I want to use him, but him being in the event was another thing that spurred me on to be like, yeah, I should build him. And now here he is, built. He's been made. He now has actual gear and actual artifacts. Actual gear, he has an actual weapon, he has actual artifacts. And he has actual stats. There we go. There we go. It's just that the main team that I use him in, which is Child International, or the International Child, is the same team where I could theoretically just slot in these two and probably get better, probably end up with better performance. Just because Rational just is crazy. Rational Yalan. Here, let's take some of the best units and put them all on the team. Although I do still think that apparently, I think Hypercarry Raiden, for me, is better at C3. I think once you hit C2, it's better to use Hypercarry Raiden as opposed to Rational Raiden for damage. The difference being, Hypercarry Raiden uses Bennett and Sara, which then means I can't use Xiangling because she kind of needs Bennett. I could always bring Nahida, and then the rotation would look something like this, where it's Raiden E. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be like this. It would be like this. It'd be Raiden E, Kazuha EQ, Nahida EQ, Sara E, Charge Shot Q, Raiden Q. I don't have a good place. I guess I could test it out in the Abyss. I'd have to figure out what I'm going to do with not using Nahida, though. Because we don't have any, like, big, strong bosses that I could, like, right at the start of the Abyss that I can bully. Can we? Oh, we have these guys, though. That works. That works. It's not quite the same, but it should work. And Sara might not have artifacts, but it's okay. Second half, doesn't matter. We'll just put in Xinyan. I'll take this so I don't get any buffs from anything. This. 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 And let's see that damage. 200k. The damage is noticeably lesser compared to using Bennett, which I guess is to be expected, right?
No turning back.
But that initial slash, the quicken and spread damage is pretty good, despite her not being on an ER or an EM build. But I guess that's what Nahida is there for, right? Okay. This works out nicely. The problem with this, then, though, is it uses Kazuha, and even though I've freed up Bennett for Xiangling and that, it still uses Kazuha, which I guess means I could sub in Sucrose on the child team. I think she's an easier sub in for the child team than the Raiden team. I think it'd be far easier to like toss down Bennett and then toss down like Sucrose and then like Xiangling burst. And then like go crazy with child, because I don't double shred. I don't not vape. I don't shred Hydro and Pyro when I use Kazuha. It's just not a thing I do. I don't shred with his E and then shred with his Q. That's not something that happens. If it does, it's because it's a coincidence. But I don't go out trying to double shred. So, there's that. I just feel like she kind of has low base attack right now. So, not having a Noblesse user in this team kind of hurts as well. You just have Sara's attack buff, which I guess is a lot, right? But you don't have Noblesse and you don't have Bennett. The attack bonus is her base attack, which one, lower base attack than Bennett, because I just like Moon's Moon. I could use something like Fading Twilight for the ER. I just like Moon's Moon because it boosts her burst. It's kind of made for her. But there are certainly higher base attack weapons that I have. These two chief among them. I could give her this for full buffing capacity. I could also just level up this weapon. But everyone's built to support Raiden. Yeah, I could theoretically do this. And then the child team could be this.
I won't hold you back. Much.
Which is, I feel like, a very classic team. Sucrose used to be the classic, like, Viridescent user. Especially for all the nukes. Bennett, Sucrose, and then, like, Mona. And vaping Mona's burst, or Bennett, Sucrose, Mona, and then, Tartaglia. The classic nuke setup. Back when people were nuking Whopper Flower. Whopper Flower? What is it called? Regisfine. Regisfine. Actually, what I could probably do with this other sack frags is probably give it to Sucrose, level up, give it to Sucrose. That way I have the opportunity of using them both at the same time. Both Kokomi and Sucrose. For now, I'll keep her on this because I'll swap her in for Kokomi. Yeah. Sucrose seems pretty easy to build. ER, EM, Viridescent, and that's all you want. Just build her for EM, sure. I have her 80 because she was actually part of a taser team back before, right after Kokomi, and right before Yalan and Ayato. I used this team, and then later tried using this team to defeat the Abyss with the Pyrolectors and the Rift Wolves, because I needed Hydro application, and I needed the damage. I needed the group damage, and my teams just couldn't do it. I just didn't have enough damage Well, I didn't have enough damage without Sucrose. But if I used Sucrose, I was dying. But if I used Barbara, I didn't have enough damage. I didn't have enough spread damage from the swirls. That was the problem. So I was never able to quite do it. That's also the reason why Sucrose is 80. I leveled her up from like level 60 just for that. It's still a very fun team, and I still like using it. But only 2 of these characters have gear. Beto doesn't have gear, and Sucrose has an amalgamation of things. Beto, on the other hand, is on Heart of Death and has Prototype Archaic. I might use this team again. The problem is, aside from the Viridescent Shredding, this is just a better version of that team. It's just a better version of that team. And if I'm fighting the Rift Wolves like I am now, straight up, I would just rather use the Nilo team, because it does tons of damage, and you have Kokomi. And your on-field is Kokomi too, so I don't even have to feel bad about it. We'll put this team back together, and I will end the stream. So,
What is the situation?
that's it for today's stream. I'd say that probably only about half of this stream was actually doing the Archon quest. The rest of it was doing other things. We met Chlorinde, or Corund? Chlorinde? Yeah, Chlorinde. And Linny and Lynette. And we did not get Linny. Chiaroscuro. Not that I expected them to, because we were at 0 pity. And we ended up getting 2 Bennetts, which I'm sure there are people out there who need Bennett cons, who are like, why is he getting Bennett cons and I'm not? But we got Liney for free. Our free Liney. Or not free Liney, our free Lynette. So, I'm actually going to check. I don't remember if I grabbed the companionship experience. But in case I did not, I will be sure to do so. I think I did, because the coins are quite low.
This realm is...
I know I didn't. I made sure to wait. Cool.
If you ever...
Cool. With that being said, Kaveh is very close. He might even hit Friendship 10 tomorrow. Between commissions and everything like that. Which means we'll only have Kiwawa and Lynette. We'll also finally find out what level Kaveh will be after I get him to Friendship 10. Through the various things he has done to get to Friendship 10, what level will he be? I assume that he will not reach level 12. I assume he will remain level 11. And as such, my time with Kaveh will come to an end, and I will never use him. He's kind of like a budget Nilo, using normal blooms instead of bountiful blooms. Yeah. You pair him with a Hydro and another off-field Dendro, and then have him trigger those blooms with his scan.
Knights and aristocrats share the
But
same
we
cultural
did get a minor upgrade to Eula's
enough sense
artifacts
to do away with all the superfluous detail.
when she was using Redhorn. So we should be able to nuke harder now. Nuke even harder when the opportunity arrives. 10% harder, some might say, going up from 242 or 248 or whatever it was, all the way up to 252. And we still have this flower for the high base attack weapons, or the weapons that give us a lot of attack. In the context of using Serpent Spine, or not Serpent Spine, Song of Broken Pines, we have gotten no upgrade, as I will not be using this with Broken Pines. That would be overkill. I'd instead use this. We still are looking out for a flower better than this. Better than this means ER and attack percent instead of EM and def. Or just better crit rate rolls, you know. Always better crit rate rolls, but just this with different stats would be good. Obviously having more crit rate would be better too.
I'll teach you all right.
The feather is pretty much what it's going to be. It could have rolled a little bit better, but it's going to be hard to replace this one, I think. The sands could be better. We could have gotten better rolls on the crit damage and crit rate, as I believe these are pretty close to minimum. The EM could be something else, but it's ultimately whatever. But the ER is very nice. Having that ER there is very nice. This, the only thing that could have rolled better about this would have been less defense percent into crit rate and crit damage. It's going to be hard to replace though, because of the hefty ER we get, which put us in conjunction with these two pieces at a very comfortable 33 ER. And finally this one. This one has the most amount of improvement. This one can improve the most, you know? That roll into HP could have gone into crit damage, which would have made it slightly better. Or better yet, a high amount of crit damage with a nice flat attack, ER, attack percent, and then everything else into crit damage would be very nice as a crit rate circlet. I think it'll be hard to get better stats on a crit damage circlet, although that would be very cool. It would most likely have to involve better stats somewhere else, so we can make up that 10% crit rate loss.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work?
But
All right then, I'll teach you.
Eula's stats are getting to the point where I've got to get some serious luck to upgrade them. Still nowhere near as bad as I think Yanfei's would be. Although in Yanfei's case, she really got very low crit rolls, which could always be better. But seeing as how she ends up with very nice stats, they're definitely contending. Noelle, I'm not really going to grind for her. I think she has very good stats. I would say that these three are kind of weak, but I would say her goblet and her helm are very good. The HP that could have been ER or something else useful, it's kind of sad. This turned out very nice. The only thing better would have been some crit damage or flat def instead of EM. But it turned out very nice with the crit rate. It rolled almost exclusively into crit rate, which was amazing, considering she has
Knights and aristocrats share the same
Red
cultural
Horn
heritage.
to make up for a large
The knights have
portion
enough sense
of
to do away
her
with all the superfluous detail.
damage. But with that, I'm gonna end today's stream. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I'm instead gonna use that time to actually take care of the VODs and everything like that. And then we'll see about Friday. Let me open up Steam as well. We rapidly approached mid-August. And what's this?
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work? All right then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right.
Add to wish list. Add to wish list. I'm just looking at some things. There's some interesting things on Steam that they recommended. Trapped with Jester. Looks interesting. Psychological horror. Always looking for those ones, because they're scary and I don't like that. But you never know. Let's check out what's up with Seabed. Still nothing about it yet.
Share the same cultural heritage,
It just says
but the knights have enough
mid-August.
sense to do away with all the superfluous detail.
So I'm waiting. We have officially approached what is the middle of August. We are officially in the middle of August. Today is the very middle of August, in fact. As there have been 15 days before today, and there will be 15 days after today, it is solidly in the middle. Isn't that fascinating? So, with that all being said and finding out that there is no update so far on Seabed, I will say that is the real end for today. We've discovered that little glitch thing, So I'm gonna have fun trying to figure out what was up with that. And Strongbox is here. The Eula Strongbox is in fact here. So it'll be a fun time for me strongboxing all of my Pale Flame. I have a new schedule, and that is once again neglecting Child because we actually ended up with decent stats on him. And instead using all of my resin to do my weeklies, and then nothing but Pale Flame farming. So, hopefully, I haven't seen word on Tacti's strongboxing for Crimson Witch. I know he's saved up a bunch of artifacts, so hopefully he gets some good things as well for his Hu Tao. And hopefully, I get Liney. I really... Liney? I really only want him because I think it'll be funny, because he reminds me a lot of Aqua. And I think it'll be funny to have him and Lynette as Aqua and Ruby. And that's really the only reason I want him. I don't particularly like him as a character. I also don't particularly... I mean, he does decent damage. Oh, I can't do this in co-op. He is doing decent damage, even if it is in a character trial with sort of questionable stats. But I'm really just waiting for Chlorinde and... Excuse me, Furina. The Hydro Archon. So, I'm at a 50-50. And I will just wait and see. If I get him, I get him. If I don't, I don't. But regardless, I'm not gonna really pull for Fromine or Nouvelette or anything like that. Or Navia, unless Navia ends up being really good for Geo. Hopefully she's not a DPS unit. Hopefully she could be a really cool support for Noelle or something like that. But the plan for right now is whatever on Liney, and then hoping for Chlorinde and Furina. So, that'll be that. And eventually, isn't Zhongli supposed to come around? Next patch after Liney, after Liney and Yelan, isn't it supposed to be Zhongli and Child? So that'll be fun. That'll be one banner where I'll be able to save, as I have both of them and don't really want their cons. Zhongli's cons don't really seem worth it to me. And Child's cons, I feel like, aren't that notable until C6. Increases the cooldown. Oh, that's nice. And energy, that's nice for sustaining. That's some nice damage, I guess. When Havoc Obliteration is cast in melee stance, the cooldown of Foul Legacy Raging Tide is reset. Oh, that doesn't seem as crazy as I thought. Like being able to end his cooldown. I guess because you can do this cycle. And you can like a full cycle of him just being on field like crazy. And then use his burst. And then cycle through again. And then have his thing back off cooldown. I just don't think that's that wild. I don't think that's that crazy with how you currently play Child. Doing like 6 or 7 charge attacks. And then cycling back through to refresh abilities. So. How's Mika? Oh yeah, Mika's C6. I keep forgetting. Getting all these Mikas. But anyway, that's it. Bye. Isn't it fun? There's no game audio, but I still hear the game. And my mic's still on. I have a mic input. Some people say, you know what, I could just not have a mic input on my leaving thing. And that is a fair point. But I instead would rather have it there so I can talk. Is that Blue Hornet? It is. I keep seeing ads for Blue Beetle. I keep seeing that. They look really bizarre. It doesn't even look like a DC movie, if I'm being completely honest. It doesn't really look like a DC movie at all. It's very bizarre. I also just saw Sinnoh's Linny do 51k. That's cool. He's using a pretty basic team as well. Cool. Yeah, it seems like he'll do decent damage. He's 90. I don't know if he's triple crowned, but it seems like he'll do decent damage. So, anyway.